Hello, everybody. How we doing tonight? Or today, wherever you are. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Bam. How are you all doing? Oh, who have I missed? Rolkus, welcome in. How you doing? Jantha, FP, Mandy. Ah, everyone's so cute today. Zuna, hello. Hello, hello. How are you all doing? Some of us have a public holiday tomorrow. So it's we can go as late or as early as we want. Who this guy? I don't know. Can't tell you. Also, how's that's too bright. There we go. Oh, I just realized it's 8 p.m. I should go bring washing inside. Yes, go for it, Jantha. Go for it. Also, how rude. You probably don't have a public holiday tomorrow. Hmm. Hmm. But we do. No, but I hope everyone's good today. Good tonight, wherever we are. Uh, Mandy, how you doing? How's your snacks? What have I missed? Why are you talking to yourself? I mean, you're oh, oh yes. So chat's always cuter when Mandy's here. Wherever Mandy is, super cute. So the plan tonight. Oh, they're in my belly now. They must have been some good snacks. The plan tonight is to play some Quisol because the lovely Sass guilted me into doing that, which is rude. Second time she's guilted me into playing it. So that's okay. That's okay. We'll get through it. We should be able to get through it tonight. And then seeing how we go. The lovely oh fuck. I gotta actually install it. I was gonna say the lovely Scots gifted me retro rewind. Rewind? Rewind. So depending on how we go with Quisol, we might jump into that. I haven't played it yet. But I have seen things. Did you see the end today? I did, Mandy. I did. And I gotta say, I wasn't really keen on the story anyway. So uh I wasn't really keen on the story, so I didn't really care for spoilers. And look, I wasn't disappointed at all. I didn't really care for it in the first place. The gameplay is pretty meh, but yeah. Mate, hasn't anyone told you hats make you go bald? Yeah, but I just keep on wearing them. Is that why you stopped wearing them, Rock? Oh, oh. Yeah, I actually do remember your input. I was trying to cook and everything at the same time. Oh, what were you cooking, Mandy? What were you cooking? I'm also at the moment. I've been really hooked on the soundtrack for Death Stranding 2. I've been playing that quite a bit because of the music in it's just pretty good. So that is this playlist at the moment. Good variety. I made breakfast for dinner, roast potatoes and omelette and toast. Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. We do love a good breakfast dinner. We do. We do. We do. We do. I think we'll need to microwave it, but we got some leftovers from last night and it's special fried rice. Fried rice. Fried rice with chorizo. And fuck, it is good. I had it for lunch and I'm probably gonna not fried rice, but at all, but okay. It's rice. Was it not fried? Panned. Open fried. It was not fried. Okay. Rice. Okay. Special rice. Special rice with chorizo. I don't know. All rice is special rice if you tell it it's special. Sausage rice. Chorizo rice. Yeah. Or rice, you are so special. My special little rice. Yeah, so we're probably going to do that at some point. Don't know when. Don't know when. What am I looking for? Crisol. Fuck, I forgot where I am in it, actually. I know I'm halfway through. The last time I played it was a couple weeks ago. Uh, oh, longer. Last played 18th of Feb. So a bit further than a couple weeks ago. And I believe I'm halfway through chapter or act 3 or chapter 3, whatever it is. So hopefully we can wrap that up today. Fishy Jr. is actually a 90-year-old man who demands dinner at 5:30 p.m. Fishy Jr. is just hungry. What did Fishy Jr. have? Oh, was that the right? Yes, nope, never mind. That was the breakfast dinner. I gotcha. I gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. Also, just want to check, how is audio coming through? Because I'm currently using a new microphone, untested on stream. Have tested everywhere else, but I'm just not sure how it's going to come through. Sound wonderful. Mandy, stop it. Stop it, Mandy. You're going to make me blush, and no one wants that on stream. Nobody. Nobody wants that. No, mute me. I can't mute you, Mandy. I don't think. But if I tried to mute you, Mandy, which I would never do, Zuna would unmute you immediately. Incorrect. 100%. See? See? Interesting. I just went to see, I clicked on Crisol on Steam. It says, one friend has played recently, Sass Effects, and she's in game of something. And I was like, what's she in? Is she playing Bongo? No. No, she's not. She's playing that new game that she was, that was it Grim Center? Virtual Cottage 2. I think she's making a cute little cottage. Zuna, you might like that. It looked pretty cute. I told her it wasn't. She wasn't. It wasn't. Nope. Words. Words. She's playing a cozy game. Yes, it was a cutesy game, and I said that it's not her kind of game, and then she hated that. So there's that. All right. Let's. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Let's just go into the game. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Boop. All right. All right. That's gonna do that. Let's. I'll pause that when the game decides to load. There we go. And I might be a little laggy. Might be a little bit laggy. Yep. Still laggy. Still laggy. All right. But I'm back. I'm still laggy. I'm back. Nope. I'm good. I'm good. Why is I paused you music? There we go. Yep, cool. I'm in game. Am I still laggy? What is happening? I'll resume. Okay. I might turn some settings down because I don't think it was like this before. At all. It's all on. It's all on medium. Stupid. You know what? This is dumb. Something's happened. I didn't think that saved, did it? I shouldn't need to. It was fine the last time I... Yes. Okay, there we go. Hey, Jantho. There we go. Washing is inside. Perfect. Perfecto. Beautiful. Okay. Map. Where was I doing? What was I doing? Right. Okay. Hey, Splurge. How we doing? Welcome in. Congratulations on one soggy meatball. Okay. Nope. This. Nope. That. Nope. This. Nope. There we go. I think I'm halfway through this chapter anyway. Oh, Jantha, you're good. You're good, Jantha. Oh, man, I always forget. What am I doing? Crisol. Thank you, Jantha. Thank you for reminding me. All right. There we go. This one. Guess we're going down.
Brothers and sisters, we are gathering here today upon the waters of judgment to return the soul of Amancio Aguado to the depths of the sea. Repeat after me.
Okay.
Oh, Madre Dolores. Shed a single tear for your beloved son, Amancio. For a single tear.
Why is it so hard to turn? Go. You can do it. Ugh. Okay. We're Gucci. Okay. I don't need to suck you. Okay.
The chain came loose.
Of course.
Something must be blocking it.
Of course. That is 2 of course in a row. Means we're going the right way. Oh, okay. Dodge that. So I press the button then run back. Is that what the gist is? Push the button. I'll push the button.
Tell me, have you ever had doubts?
Me? All the time. Sometimes after a good nap, I forget my own name.
That is not what I meant. I am talking about the sun. If he chose you to carry out his will, would you obey without question?
Well, aren't you the one asking the weird questions now? Sure you didn't bump your head or something?
Blasphemous. No hesitation. Fulfill your mission.
I have never told anyone this. But it was the sun who brought me to Tormentosa. He ordered me to banish the Lord of the Sea. And now, I find out that this dark god is his own son. How do I know I am doing the right thing?
Wanna know how? Tell that little head of yours to hush for a bit and start listening to your heart instead. Was that too cheesy? Yeah, sounded pretty cheesy, didn't it?
A little. But you are right.
Wait, I am?
Yes. My heart tells me the sun is hiding something. And I intend to find out what.
So, yeah. So you know how, I don't know who asked, but someone asked in Sass's chat what happened to the sea god. But then he just said that the sun has ordered him to come destroy the Lord of the Sea or something, but that's weird because it's his son. So is Ulceus or Euseus or whatever his name is, obviously the sun god's son, is the Lord of the Sea? This doesn't make sense. Oh, my mouse is dead. No? My mouse is lit up. Hello? There we go. Yeah, I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. Okay. Alright. Spacebar. That's right. Forgetting controls. I could probably suck you, actually. So, I guess that's one of the good things about coming in now after the fact that... Ow. That we've kind of seen the ending. I also hate that I can't look down, like, closer than that. Hey, yo. Goodbye. Okay. Oh, shit. Get out of my way. Oh my god. So these are just bullet sponges, right? Okay. Hey, Panda, how you doing? I sucked that one, so I don't need to... I'll go back. Enemy design is very cool. I still wish there was more of them, though. More enemies, or variations of them. I still don't understand what they are. Like, are they parts, or are they part of the city? I don't know. Not too bad, not too bad. A little bit drained, literally. Panda. Why you feeling drained there, buddy? Hmm? And take your blood or something else. Blood donation. That makes much more sense. Oh shit, it's this puzzle. Oh, I forget. Does this have the thing? Every fallen soul should be weighed upon the scales. Yeah, I don't care.
By taking their lives. Don't forget that part.
All right. Okay, so that's 1, and then that's 2. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, no. We can do this.
Even in my dreams, our Madre Dolores comes to guide me.
Well, I've never heard a thing. Not a single
Nope. I was wrong.
That has always been your greatest weakness. On that
2, 4, 6. Okay. Oh no, we need to spread it out. Right. Yep. There we go.
Fishing in the lake.
Ugh. Like fishing in the lake. Of course. Of course. I don't think I need you. I will suck you just in case, though. Is something gonna happen to him? W. Donation 23 should hit 25 before the end of the year. Wow, you have done it. Donated 23 times.
I need to reload.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Ow. Door. Stop it. Yep, could be high if I did more plasma, but I just stick with whole blood, so gotta wait 3 months between donations. Also went looking at glasses today because left eye be a little bit fucked. Oh dear. That's awesome though. I have never given blood. I'm not sure if it is good blood. I should probably look at that. I'm not allowed to donate because I have chronic anemia. Yeah, I don't know. I should probably look to see if I can. Have I given blood before? No, I've just had blood tests. I feel a bit woozy after. I don't have enough iron to be sharing my blood to other peeps. Yeah. Inject that into my veins. Not concerning level of fucked, but enough that I probably should, so it doesn't get worse. That's fair. I need to offer myself. Yeah, you're selfish. Selfish, Zuna. No. Oh, fuck. Do I need to run back? Right, okay. So yes, usually it would go down. But they must have... They've changed it. So they no longer go down. Yep. Why y'all coming? Why y'all coming? Why y'all coming? Oh, okay. So these guys just, what, keep on... Fuck, wrong way. Oh! Ooh. This way? Nope, this way. This way. Get duped. Oh, no. It does come down. It's just very slow. Very slow. Oh yeah, that's another reason it could be higher. I had a couple times when my iron was too low to donate and was put on a 6-month hold, and that's happened twice. Yeah. Okay. God, that noise was irritating. Yeah, wow, okay. I remember my doctor being like, oh, I haven't seen iron levels this low in someone who wasn't actively dying. Oh, Mandy. But not low enough to be a health concern. Just too low for donation. That's fair. Oh, Mandy. Okay, well... Stop. So, that seems really loud. Is the shooting really loud? Has this game just... What's happened to this game? Okay. Oh, I thought those were eyes. It's giving me a lot of shit. Give me a lot of shit. Doesn't seem overly loud to me. Okay. Maybe it was just me. Maybe it was just me. I'll turn it back up then. Oh. Oh. You? Oh, okay. Is there a reason for me to come in here? Oh, okay. Not really. Hello? There we go. Octopus. Squid? Octopus. That's a squid, right? That looks like a squid. 1, 2, 3, 4. That could be an octopus. Alright, we'll continue. Alright. Sorrow. Roro. See, I still think... I know I brought it up before, but it would be really cool if this game, like, you would be going this way and then something would be heading that way, as if you're being chased. But it's really like you're just going through this place freely? You can just go through and just...
More syringes.
Of course. Sorry, Gabe. My apologies. How could I ever be so stupid? Alright. Okay, up here. Nope. Of course. Hey, Griffin, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I just want the whole game to be more fleshed out. Yeah, Mandy, I feel that. How did I miss that? Yeah. Yeah, it's just... feels like they kind of... Hello, mad controllers. Welcome in. How we doing? What were you playing? You were playing Fortnite. Ooh. How'd you go? Did you get those, them gritties? Did you get... wait, nope. The, what is it? Golden Goose. Nope. Not Golden Goose. It was Chicken Dinner. Nope, that is thingy. It's been a while since I played Fortnite. Hey, how you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for the raid, by the way. This season is so weird. It probably didn't help that they fired 1,000 people from Epic. Probably didn't help. But no, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not Marty. I'm a variety streamer from Down Under, Australia. But no, thank you so much. If you need to raid and run, go do that. Completely understand. But yeah, did you win Fortnite? Did you win all of the Fortnite? I haven't actually looked at this season. As I said, it's been a while since I've played Fortnite. I think the last time was when they introduced the Lego stuff. Bobs. Oh yeah, no, Bobs. I lied. Bobs. Because I bought the Bob skins. I don't think I actually played though. I think I just checked out the Bob skins and I bought the Bob skins. No, this season is so weird. Oh, okay. Like, is that a bad so weird? Doesn't sound good. Oh, well, but thank you anyway for raiding. Appreciate it. As I said, if you need to raid and run, go do that. Bit of self-care. I stopped playing when the upgraded to Unreal 5 because the game became unplayable on my PC. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, I think when they moved everything over to Unreal 5, a lot of this stuff, even Unreal 5 itself, was pretty new and not really optimized. But it's getting there now. I'm not sure what it's like on not lower end PCs, but kind of a good range of PCs now. They have a gun that you use your fingers as the gun. I'm not sure about this change. Oh, that's weird. Like the gun is like finger shaped, like pew pew, or is it you actually use your in real life fingers as the gun? Either way, weird. Okay. So we got these bad boys are 1, then the octopus squid things are 2, then these are 5. So what do we got? 1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 5, 10, 2, 4, 6, 11. So that's 21. 7 on each, right? 7, 7, 7? Yep. It's literally your fingers of the character. Oh. That seems weird. 7, 7, 7. What do we got? 2. So that's 5. 5. Oh, okay, yeah. Easy.
Let us keep going.
Let us keep going. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Gabe. Okay. Balance the kebab sticks. I don't even know if those would be good kebabs or not. Oh, it's a thing to collect. Thank you very much. Oh, and we're gonna slide on through here. Okay. Alright. Game on. My biggest gripe is the UI looking too clean. In Fortnite or in this? This isn't Resident Evil Requiem Insanity. It's not Lily. No, this is Whistle. The Theatre of Idols. In this. No, that's fair. Yeah, everything's too clean for what this what this city is, right? It's meant to be not even destroyed. I don't even know. RO9 run when? Zuna, you know me. I'm too scared to play Resident Evil 9 Requiem. This looks interesting. Mad controllers, it looks really good. I'm on the fence about the gameplay. But no, I think it'd be interesting to see your thoughts. I would definitely check it out. If you think it looks interesting, I would, yeah, definitely check it out. I have no plans to ever even install Fortnite. That is fair, Griffin. That is fair. I think I originally got into Fortnite briefly, the Save the World, which was the PvE tower defense stuff. And then they kind of disbanded it. And then that was when Fortnite became really big. Get out of my way. Oh. Zuni, you scared me as you walked past. Is it me, or does gaming not feel the same anymore? Yeah. Yeah. Things have been different since for a few years now. I can't put my finger on it, but I don't know. There's just games just feel different. I don't know. But also, maybe it's just because we're just getting older, which sucks. But then also, like, there's just new guards of developers as well. You've got the old guard, which did Doom, Half-Life, Quake, and all of that. And the early 2000s, 2004 was probably one of the best years of gaming. There was Halo 2, Half-Life 2, Doom 3, GTA San Andreas, and there's probably a whole bunch more of other games. And then, I don't know, like, there's been years here and there with a good portion of games. But just games themselves just feel... I can't even shoot. Yeah, I don't know. There's just a big push into microtransactions. Oh shit, do I need to... Right, okay, yes. Gotcha. Understood. No, we just aren't crushing turts anymore, hey? And it's all about the turts. If you ain't crushing turts, are you really living? I hate the feeling. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, it does suck. I don't even know. It's probably you spoil yourself with certain games, and like my favorite game of all time is Half-Life 2. And I don't know, there's just a lot of games that... Nope. Holy shit. Holy fuck, Knuckles. Oh. Okay. Yep. Just gonna run. That was a lot of them. I just don't want to deal with all of that. Thank you, Panda. I will hydrate. Yeah, I think there's a few years where I think 2013 I think was a good year if I remember correctly. Was that what Last of Us 1? was it? I don't know. Maybe 2009, 2013, I think. I can't even remember. I just know 2004 off by heart because, you know, I'm a Half-Life 2 fanboy, but there haven't really been years like that as an example. There's been, you know, years where we get a lot of great games, but I think they just don't feel the same. They're either tailored too much towards maybe console. I think that is a big thing. I played Half-Life. Half-Life 1, I think... Oh, he's above me. Okay, ow, don't... Why can't I shoot that? That's rude. Half-Life 1, I think, if... I don't want to do that. Is good. It's hard to... Half-Life 1, I think, when it came out, was a huge... I wasn't alive. But was a good... Like, first time, you know, you'd play from start to finish as the character. And then I would like to say it's aged well, but I don't think it has in terms of graphics. Gameplay, 100%. But there's been a community created version of it called Black Mesa. So I think if you were ever going to try Half-Life and you like first-person shooters, give Black Mesa a go, just because it has been made more of the modern, you know, it's been updated quite a lot. Half-Life 2 still stands the test of time. Oh, we got new ones. That's 3. So we got... oh, sorry. I've missed a bunch. 2016 was a great year of gaming. Overwatch, Uncharted 4, Doom, Stardew Valley, Dark Souls 3. Battlefield 1, Civ 6. Yes. Yep, there we go. 2016. That must be... Holy shit, what's the fuck's this music? Yeah, that was a good year. That's a great year, actually. I'm hoping 007 First Light is a good one. Yeah, I got high hopes. IOI, the developers, they did Hitman, and they're using the same engine for 007. They're pretty keen on that one as well. Okay, so what do we got? We got 3. So they're 1, 2, 3. And then these guys at the bottom on this one are 5. So what do we got? We've got 1, we got 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 on this one. 13, 16, 19, 21, 22, and they're 5. These ones are 5, right? 22, so 32 here. What's 32 divided by 4? Is that 8? 8 on each, right? So... oh, that's on 10. I need to... oh, yeah, okay, yep. That one. That one. That one. That one. There we go.
How many times will I have to do this?
Maths. iOI's great dev to be making 007. Yeah. I think another one would be Naughty Dog, or at least the team that did Uncharted. But that team that did Uncharted is long gone, right? Okay. I'd also say 2018 is another banger year for games, even just for Red Dead 2, Spider-Man, and God of War. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But even then, like, some of those games never really felt like OG. Oh my god, don't. Don't. No. The fact that really, for me, those are the standout games when you can go on and on for 2016 is quite telling. But even now, right? Did these guys get full health again? I think these guys get full health again. Well, I'm stuck. Let me through. Okay. I need blood, and you're gonna give me one. Thank you. Is it this way? Nope. Not over there. Over this way. Duped. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Fuck. Oh my god.
No more syringes.
Yeah, they gotta go this way. Oh my god. What? Okay. That's blood here. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I think hopefully there's a lot of good games coming out, right? I'm hoping for some bangers soon. We've got, you know, 007. We've got the potential for a Half-Life 3 that might be happening at some point. Maybe, fingers crossed, maybe this year. There is... Okay. There is what we've got. New Star Wars game. The XCOM version. What have we got? What else is there? There's... Yeah, Resident Evil just came out, which was a banger. I just want... Oh. God, I'm terrible. Bye-bye. I want Nivalis to finally release this year. Can't say I've heard of that one. What the fuck? What? Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. There's more enemies. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Willing it in Discord. Perfect. Thank you. you after my giblets? Give him the jibs. Yeah. Well, I think they also don't know which side to go down. I'm also running out of healthies. It's also... One of them is going to be... Oh. It is a cyberpunk slice of life game that has been pushed back a couple of times. I believe we were meant to originally get it in 24, if I remember correctly. But the monthly dev updates is a good sign, just letting them cook the best game possible. Yeah, perfect. I think there's a few games like that at the moment, right? Hoping for, as I said, the Star Wars XCOM. God, I got distracted. Yeah, we've got that one. We've got the new Jedi Knight, not Jedi Knight, Jedi Survivor game that's apparently also meant to be being announced this year. Nope. What else? What else? Gears of War? New Gears of War. God, I'm trying to even remember. I can't even think of them. But yeah.
Oh, sacred seeds,
Come on.
source of all life and purity.
So yeah, I don't know. Nothing's really hit for a while in terms of gaming. I did really enjoy Resident Evil 9. I loved that, actually. That was great. Fuck, what else was there? What else is there? I'm enjoying Death Stranding 2 at the moment. Really enjoying Death Stranding 2. Okay, so I think I'm meant to go back to... Oh my god, turn. I think after last year we might be waiting another year or two before another slew of major releases. Yeah. Yeah. Although I think there's a few games, like there's Judas, there is the Directive 2088, 2808. It's the ones that did the Dark Pictures anthology. So I think there are a lot of major releases. They're just not by, you know, your big publishers like EA and Microsoft. Okay, so if I pull up the map, I won't pull up the map. Fable, yes, that's right. Fable is coming out. I really tried to get into Resident Evil, but I couldn't. Yeah, I think the thing with Resident Evil is have you tried the third-person ones or just the first-person ones? So I think there is a little bit of a different feeling in those ones. Forgot tab does that. Okay. Room over there I didn't check. I don't care. So if I went up, I went to here, I would do that, and then I do the puzzle, right? I believe that's what I do. I wouldn't be surprised if GTA 6 gets pushed back to next year. The thing is, if they did, people will wait. But I do think that if they did push it, I think they'd lose, whilst it would still make a lot of money, I don't think they could push it back anymore because people would either, it's GTA, it's always going to sell, but there'd be a small portion of people that probably would just wait to hear things back from it. But they've already pushed it back quite a bit. I think they would just put it out. Honestly, like it was meant to come out last year, right? But if Half-Life 3 comes out this year, which there is a chance, a small chance from rumors, and then GTA 6 comes out this year was pretty good in terms of sales, right? With, I think I've got to go and no. I tried 1 to 6 and still found it dull. Maybe if you like horror games, maybe try, I'm not going to read that. Maybe try 7. 7's probably like this, I would say the more scary of the latest ones, between like 7, Village, and Requiem. I would give 7 a go. And then I think if you didn't like 7, then maybe skip out on 8 and 9. Because they're all, those ones are all very similar. Okay. So this one, how do I rotate? Of course. God, it is really touchy. Yep. Real touchy. Yeah, true. And then there'd be an additional year before it comes to PC. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Oh yeah, no, that's right. So I just need to move that one. Yeah, okay, so these are all in a different spot than I need them to be in. Okay. All right. Just having a think. Unless because of the delays they won't do. I think they would bring it to PC, but yeah, it would be that year delay. Probably, I don't know, maybe that. Go look, Panda. Go do it. Go do it. I feel like this game has such random puzzles. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Zuno. So I meant to. I also hate how touchy this is. Okay. And then that one. Not there. The delay might get reduced from a year, but still have that delay between. Well, I think there might still be that year anyway. Because not that Xbox and PlayStation would pay money for it, but they would lose out on a bunch of sales. Oh my god. Have I fucked this? Okay, let's just reset. So straight up, let's just move that that one. And then we do that. 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 Puzzles be stupid. That was dumb. Hated that. Hated that. So you can, yeah, you could really fuck yourself over with that puzzle. I'm also not doing very... Oh. Never mind. Oh, I should have not done it. Should have just waited. Hey, T-Don, how you doing? Welcome on in. Alright, now I gotta go lurk mode. Want to get a bit of Clair Obscure playtime in. Go for it, Panda. Enjoy. Boss fight? Boss fight, right? This is a boss fight.
The prince was both divine and mortal,
not in boss
a
fight?
living symbol of the bond between God and his people. The child, true to his lineage, soon showered the island's inhabitants with miracles. But the overwhelming power that radiated from him would also seal his fate. On the first anniversary of the prince's birth, the sun, without a shred of remorse, tore him from his mother's arms and cast him into the sea until his flames were extinguished forever.
He killed him.
Oh, okay. Fight with you? Or is it a runaway?
My tomb shall now be yours.
Surely there's no way to... What happened?
There must be a way to stop her. No one is invincible.
The anchor.
Except for the superhero
Use
Invincible.
your blood on the anchor.
Oh, is that really... Stop chasing me. Am I just meant to let it catch me? What's happening here? Gimme. Okay, no? Am I just meant to shoot and then she... No? Okay. Just tackle it, maybe. Okay, I can't do it when it's in a hand. So she has to chuck it. I just don't know what that looks like. How do I trigger that to happen? Well, it's not that. How do I... Okay. How... Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Throw it. Yeah, okay. So I have to shoot the red spot. I mean, I'm assuming I've got two more goes at that. Rule of threes. Well, I was thinking like I've already done it once, right? But I'm gonna hold it in. Stupid. Come on. Get. Oh, there's. Since when were they there? Have they been there the entire time? That's kind of rude. Okay. Okie dokie. So I just hey, so this just in. Mums don't like it when you kill their kids. I did it. Oh, okay, I didn't. Yeah. It's the boss fights are just okay.
Cap, we've got a huge problem. The statues have overrun the fair. There are too many. We won't hold out much longer.
Hold on as long as you can. I'm on my
Seems legit. Thanks, Una.
Hurry! Bryce Swear'll come back from the dead just to kick your sorry ass. Get off me, you termite nest!
Perfect.
Mediodía? Mediodía, come in. I need to move. Fast.
He's moving fast. This way. Yeah. Oh, did I already suck that? Oh, yeah, I think I did. So oh, no, wrong way. This way. So the boss fights in this, not good. Not good. Yeah. Not good at all. Alright, well, I just got an achievement complete chapter 3, so I assume. Oh my god. Oh, harpoon launcher. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this? Okay. Neato burrito. Oh, just save. All right.
By the sun.
Is it
Is
just...
that blood falling
Okay.
from the sky?
Oh, yeah. Forgot that I've got a knife. Also, are you telling me that I've got a new gun, but there's nowhere to upgrade? New gun? Because I'd like to upgrade this new gun. Surely I've got things that I can upgrade this new gun with. Oh, wait. Oh, so when I'm... Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, so wait, I've missed a weapon? I can also... So when I'm under the blood rain, I have unlimited ammunition. I'm very happy with that. Not going to say no to that. But a bit of a tonal shift with a grenade launcher and... blood rain and unlimited ammo. So am I just going through areas that I've previously been in? That was 3 in 1. Neat. To just get back. Ow. I gotta stop. Gotta stop doing that. Alright. Let's get back up to full health. Alright. Am I meant to go in here? Yep. Yeah, so I'm just going through places that look the same as places I've been to before. Or they are the exact same place. But this time it's covered in blood. And I'm not really tied down to any of these locations. I don't care. Gotta stop doing that. He just surprises me. I'll surprise... Well, happy surprises. Okay. Who's shooting? Well, I can't get you because you're around here. There you are. Okay. I forgot about you. Stop. Okay. I appreciate that the blood rain just fills up the gun, even though usually you have to stab yourself with it. Yeah. I appreciate that as well. Okie dokie. Up. Of course. This way. Oh, now I'm in the fairground. Gotcha.
No. It is too late.
It is too late. Too late. I think I have things to use, right? I got 12. Number 12. Where art thou, number 12?
Mediodía! Where are you? Mediodía,
Stop.
answer me!
Stop yelling. 13. Okay, I've got that one. It's number 12 in here. I do not enjoy trying to find out where these boxes are each time. Each and every time we come to this area. We have to figure out which is where. Can I just drop down here? Yep. Okay. No. Okay. That's what I gotta... Oh, am I blocked out from a bunch of stuff? That's a weird choice. Oh my god, stop it. I have things to unlock. There we go. Not that I can spend the money on anything. Right? I need to be on the other side of that. So... up. No? How do I get over here? Unless... No, I'm on the wrong side. Right? Oh no, here we go. Okay. Okay.
Mediodía. I am truly sorry. It's time to end this. For good.
You know, the more I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised. I was a little mad that he didn't put the hat on. He would look classy. He would look classy. I was going to say, the more I think about it, the more I wouldn't be surprised if the team that put this together, because the story doesn't really make much sense and it's trying to do some philosophical bullshit as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they did some chat GPT or AI to, you know, fill some of the gaps, like they put in the key points that they knew that they wanted, and then they were like, chat GPT, because Grim, how you doing? Oh, the 10 stream streak? Oof. Ah, you're amazing. Stop it. Grim, has anyone ever told you that you are 1 in a million? 1 in a million, Grim. Mandy, I have a... I don't want to kind of assume, but did it get really hot in here? Maybe. I don't know. It seems weird, right? There's a lot of... It feels a little bit all over the place in terms of story and...
I understand how you feel.
I don't know. It's
You
just
have to
weird.
stop this madness.
You understand? Do not make me laugh. You could never grasp my pain.
You are consumed by rage for what the sun did to you. You have every right. Even so, you cannot condemn the world for his crimes.
No wonder my mother wanted you dead from the start. What good is a witness who cannot even face his own sins?
Yes, I came here to kill you. I admit it. And I am sorry. Let me help you. Together, we can find another way.
No! It's too late for apologies. I will erase every trace of the sun until nothing is left.
So when old mate just said just then, no wonder my mother wanted you dead from the start, does the child mean from when the baby was born, or from when I entered this island, or from when the son met her? Like, I was thinking it was almost feels like the writing was done in another language and things were lost in translation, so that would make sense too. I could see that as well. I could see it being written potentially in Spanish, and then if they didn't have, because it is an indie game after all, and yes, Blumhouse did publish it, so there would have been some monetary, the finance behind it for them to potentially get translators. However, they might have also just gone the cheap route and then chat GPT'd or Google translated, and obviously words might not come across, or I don't know. There's just...
Liar! I will not let you harm him again.
There's something.
None more. He is your own flesh and blood.
My blood? What are you talking about?
I have taught you to your ignorance long enough. Now it's time to remember.
My lord, I see unrest in your eyes. Has something happened?
This child, Dolores. He should have never been born.
What do you mean, my lord? He is your son. Our miracle.
I have seen what lies ahead. A fate where even death itself fears him. A future where nothing remains. Only emptiness.
He's just a child! You cannot condemn him for sins he has yet to commit! If we stand by his side, if we guide him, none of that has to come to pass. I beg you, reconsider.
My love. We cannot take that chance.
If you do this, I will curse you. I will not rest until your reign withers and your name is lost to time. The sun will not burn forever, and when you fall, I will be there to see it.
Restrain her.
Let me go! No! No! Stop!
I am sorry, my little flame. I am so
I'm not laughing
sorry.
the thing of this. This is terrible. It was more so that the first frame was of the child
I have always been
smiling. The next one was just underwater.
You've ever been. You chose to forget. Rather than face the truth.
You are right. I was afraid. I could not allow him to destroy everything.
If the universe must perish, so our son may live. So be it.
I also don't understand that line. Because the son's already... Not the son, sorry. The child, right? Is already dead? So how would allowing the universe to perish keep the son alive, right?
How does it feel to know you're a murderer?
Dolores, look at me! I know you are still in there!
Yep, come on, give me them beautiful hands.
Dolores, please! Come to your senses!
I'll never forgive you for what you did!
Okay. This is an exhilarating boss fight, by the way. I'm exhilarated. It hurts my
Him, Bill!
Yeah, so it really wants you to use this guy. But I gotta reload.
He was your son! You were supposed to protect him!
Hate me if you must. Believe me. I am not the same. I want to help you.
So liar.
Why did that not?
It's far too late for sorry.
I did not come here to fight you. Do not make me do this!
Stop. Get me with this hand.
Stop us!
Oh. Okie dokie. I missed. Okay, there we go. Damn it. Alright. Rule of threes. Is there any... There's not. Oh, no, there is. Oh, okay. Don't mind if I do. Yep. You didn't get me with that. That was rude.
Listen to me. We can still find another way. Together.
Don't make me
Oh,
laugh, assassino.
Alright. Yeah, man. Dude.
You're trying my patience, Carnivero.
You are not a monster. I know who you are!
Oh, he moves. Okay. That was not cool. Why? I might die here, actually. Stupid.
There is still any good left in you. Stop our son!
I won't let you lay a finger on him. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, very... Yeah. The bullets do nothing. It's like 4 or 5 shots for one. Of course I want to resume. Stupid. I wonder if it's going to start me off. Oh, okay. Oh, before the...
I wish there was another way.
Okay, I will skip. 117 times?
I see unrest in your eyes.
Well, that's...
Has something happened?
Oh, reset.
I have always been the son.
That's all you...
Hang on. Is it death counter reset? Hang on. It is clear deaths or reset death. Yep.
Never be. You chose to forget rather than face the truth.
You are right.
There we go. Yep. Wow, okay.
How does it feel to know you're a murderer?
Ronis, look at me! Ronis, please! Come to your senses!
I'll never forgive you for what
Gammon.
you did.
Yeah, reload that guy. Let's do that. So I assume as well it's not just gonna skip to the next thing. So I feel like I've got time there to reload the guns.
He was your son. You were supposed to protect him.
Leave me if you must. Leave me. I am not the same. I want to help you.
Oh my god.
He is a liar.
I did not come here to fight you. Do not make me do this.
You can't stop us.
Okay, yep. What? Okay, I reload. Thank you. And then I do this.
Forget
very cool.
Listen to me. We can still find another way. Together.
Don't make me laugh, assassino.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
You're trying my patience, carnicero.
You are not a monster. I know who you are.
I don't know what you meant to do there. What the?
There is still any good left in you. Stop our son!
I won't let you lay a finger on him.
What? Fuck, this better not be a husk situation all over again. I'm not sure if I can handle a husk situation. This is stupid. Is there, before I do this, there wasn't any... Yeah, sharpeners. Why you die, Sasno die? Well, clearly I'm playing on a harder difficulty. Clearly I'm playing on a you know, a bit of a high... This is insanity, I'm pretty sure. I'm not speedrunning it though, but this is an insanity run. You're meant to use this because everything else just doesn't.
Dolores, please, come to your senses.
I'll never forgive you for what you did.
I can't. Okay. Yep. And then I do this. Yeah. Okay. And then we absorb the baby. Absorb the baby.
He was your son. You were supposed to protect him.
Hate me if you must. Leave me. I am not the same.
Okay.
I want to help you.
And then, yeah. Get you.
I did not come here to fight you.
And then,
Do not make me do this.
You can't stop us.
it's when they start like doing fucked combos. I don't. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Before we go into it, I'm actually pretty curious about what difficulty this is on. I am very curious. Gameplay, accessibility. Don't know. I'm not even sure if there are if there are difficulties actually. Why? I don't know. Subtitle size. Not that I was gonna suspect it. No, she's not. She's not at all.
I wish there was another way.
My lord,
She's
I see
absolutely not.
I am.
Oh my god. All right.
How does it feel to know you're a murderer?
Dolores, look at me! I know you are still in... Dolores, please! Come to your senses!
I'll never
Yep.
forgive you for what you did!
All right. And you.
Don't touch him, Phil!
Yep. I got one in the middle and then the under ones.
He was your son! You were supposed to protect him!
Leave me if you must. Leave me! I am not the same. I want to help you!
He's a liar.
I did not come here to fight you.
And then one more.
Do not make me do this!
You can't stop us!
Okay. Now I do this. And I reload. Very good. And then I absorb the baby. And it's literally this one that just doesn't... I guess that just fucking... Okay. I guess we're not...
Listen to me! We can still find another way. Together!
Don't make me laugh! You're trying my patience, Carnivero!
You are not a monster. I know who you are. There is still any good left in you. Stop our son!
I won't let you lay a finger on him!
Ooh. Okay, so I've got 3 left. Nope, I have a few left, actually.
I am sorry. You leave me no choice.
Excuse me. I need you. The hand, right? Oh my god. I don't know, hand and shoulder. There we go. First try. Hey, first try. No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, first try.
I hope you can forgive me someday, but I have no choice. A god would have found another way. A true one, at least. That is why I, Gabriel Escudero, renounce my lineage, my past, all that I once was. Let this promise be written upon the heart I ignored for far too long.
So I
From
also
this moment on,
don't
and until the
understand
end of my days,
is-
I will do all I can to redeem my sins.
He says his lineage,
I do not know when or how,
but
I swear
it was him, right?
I will come back for you, not as the god
But then
I was,
I don't
but as
think
the man I was always meant to be. And I
his
will
name
fix
was
you.
Gabriel whatever as a god. He had a different name, right?
What have I done?
So-
Pap. Not know what it's like to wear the crown.
Mediodía. I thought you were...
What? That I'd croaked? Please! I'm tougher than gum stuck to a boot. You ain't getting rid of me that easy.
I never thought I would say this, but I am glad to hear your voice.
Huh? Was that a compliment? Looks like I'll have to die more often.
In the end, I could not change anything.
That's not true. You've changed. And as long as the sun keeps rising, there's always another chance. So, what do you say, Cap?
Let us do this, Cadet.
I always believed the gods were perfect, untouchable, distant as stars, far from weakness of any kind. But today I saw one weep, I saw one laugh, I saw one hesitate. Because if even the gods fear tomorrow, if not even they can escape their fate, then I ask you, what makes them so special? If they dream, if they fall in love, if they suffer, then we're all trapped in the same dream. And let me tell you something, my darlings. Even if that dream is the most beautiful in the world, we will have to wake up. Because at the end of the night, no matter how hard we fight, dreams are still just dreams.
So I don't think I heard that bit in Sass's one. Was that just a dream? Like, this music still is pretty fucking good though. I don't know. Like, knowing the information kind of going into that second half of chapter 3 and knowing, you know, the, I guess, not relationships, but like the, well, I guess the relationships between the characters. Okay. I can't skip it. They're unskippable credits. Can't do it. Cool. Oh. Maybe I don't need to. No, okay. Alright. No, yeah, knowing that information, end of chapter 3, didn't help at all. I was still confused. Things just didn't make sense. And I'd be curious if starting again, knowing that information, if things make more sense, or if it's still confusing as fuck. I don't know. Can I skip these ones? Sure can. Cool. Hidden menus, hidden stuff, memento pages. Okay. What do we got there? Model. Oh, baby. When do you see this dude? When do you see him? Who is this guy? Like, who is he and when do you see him? Clearly chapter 3, because he's got the anchor. But it doesn't even tell you. So oh my god. No. So why, like, it's cool, but why is she CE, right? Like, why is she all crustacean-y and all of this? If he was the one, like, this is clearly Dolores, right? Female features, withholding a child, and this is him. Unless this is him. No, but she got taken away, remember? She got pulled back while old mate, the son, did what he did. But she got taken away. So, and this is obviously like her grieving. But the hands? Like, why are they metal hands? Clearly that's, like, what happened? Ow. Don't know. And then, I'd also like to know, what the fuck are all of these guys? Who are these guys? Are these the citizens of the placey? And why do they all look the same? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I really enjoyed that. You ask too many questions is not for us to know. Obviously. Okay. Cool. Let us go. We are, if I can do this properly. Ooh, the Stream Deck works. Exit that. Stupid. I just assumed that at some point between then and now, she made her way into the sea to retrieve the baby and maybe made a deal with Poseidon or something since she's super into gods. Yeah, maybe. That's a thing. I wish that it feels like a lot of the story and the lore. I mean, obviously lore is meant to be in notes and stuff, but a lot of the main story should be made sense through the main path that you take, or side quests if it's in an open world game, which that's not open world. But lore is meant to be discoverable. But I feel like like big bits of the story should be really given. And you find out a lot of that at the end, which leaves you with questions, but you're not, by that time that you found out, you can't go through the notes and look through to be like, oh, right, yeah, that makes sense. You're meant to start a new game and then find out the lore again? The game isn't fun enough to do a second playthrough, at least for me. And the main story doesn't really entice me to do it again. Unless the game is the kind of like making you try to be like, oh, remember all the lore. And then when you get to the end and you find out the twist, you're like, oh my God, page 28 that I picked up 3 hours ago makes complete sense now. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that is a uninstall from for me. Let's get out of here. Go on, get. Uh, however, I thought that was going to be the case. I thought we were going to finish that. I didn't realize it was going to be so quick though. Uh, we might give retro rewind a go. As I mentioned earlier, the lovely insufferable Scotsman gifted it to me. So I might retro rewind. Yep, there we go. I'll change that. That's what she said. I forget what I said that made that sense. That made that sense. That made. We're going to play a game. Okay, we're going to play a second game. I am going to get a drink though. So, never mind. The game's already happening. Okay, hang on. I'm going to pause that. I guess. Something, something like I didn't realize it would be so quick. Ah, classic. Classic. Okay, so, before I get a drink though, why are you at a funky resolution, my guy? Just give me... There we go. Give me that one. That's the one I want. Let's do that. And that should all be fun. Why funk? I don't know. Don't know why funk. So far the sound is fine, but I'll keep an eye on that bad boy. Returning game. All right, I will be back in 2 seconds. Keep yourselves busy. I'm gonna get a drink. I've got to make sure I'm not gonna run over Chip. Okay. I'm back with a Beveragino. All right. I have a feeling this is going to be a little better than Crisol. Crisol the Rissol. Grand opening. It's 1990, the golden age of movie rentals, and your dream is about to become reality. You are now the proud owner of a video store. Your first day is about to begin. But the shop needs a little love. Time to set up a few shelves, buy some movies, and decorate your store before your first customers walk through the door. Okay. Control crouch, shift to sprint, space to jump. Interesting. So I've got a task. Oh, you can see it above my head. The catalog. Access the catalog located in the office. Neato. All right, let's do that. Get out of my way. Check the catalog. Using the catalog, order 3 shelves to display your movies. Okay, buy. Have you leave the catalog? Okay. We pick up these shelves. Pick it. Oh, interesting. Okay. V to move up. Okay. Neato. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Funky music. Use your design tool to change the look of the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. You can also modify some objects, such as the shelves and the checkout counter. Ooh. Interesting. Let's make it. Oh, there's. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know which one. So with this one. Oh. Hmm. Whoa. Okay. Oh, I can do this one. So let's just do this one for now. I'll do the sides. There we go. Nice. Cozy. Very cozy. All right, let's access the computer. Order movie bundles in the market tab. Okay, let's do that. Let's go. Let's just do those ones. Okay. Hands are full. Okay. Oh, okay. I think the cover. So that's red, red, white, white, red, red, white, white, white. Okay. So they're color coded. Oh no. White, red, white, 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 white. Did I drop one? Oh no, I did. Family Doghouse Drama. Get on your shelf. Save your progress with the time clock. Okie dokie. You can use the employee time clock machine to manually save your progress at any time. There is also an autosave feature at the beginning of each day. Q. From the outside of your building, look up. Oh. Gee, what are we going to call it? What are we going to call the store? There's so many names. XXX. You got it. Duh. And then what color do we? Oh, we got to make it like a neon, like a pinky one, right? Surely. Yeah. Zuna colored it is. If I do that, oof. Hot pank? Oh yeah. Done. It's alright. Turn the open. Okay. Cool. So, the store is XXX, and we have no adult movies, so that'll be our goal to get some adult movies going. Oh fuck, do we only sell adult movies? Come on. When the balance is settled, hit the spacebar. Okie dokie. Amount due. Alright. Gimme. Yeah. Gimme. Oh. Oh my god. What do you want? My friends keep quoting classic movies, and I never understand what they're talking about. Do you have an old movie with lots of famous quotes I should watch? Drama. Do I have any old? Old, sure. Take. Okay. $2. Get out of here. Go on. Get. Go to the flyer stand by the main. Okay. Okay, now I just gotta hand some out. Oh, okay. Ooh. Take flyer. Oh, okay. You. I hate movies. I don't even want you to come by. Fuck you. Okay. Stop. What a... Why is the music banging? Okay. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh my god. Ah. Okay.
Oh. Ooh.
Ooh.
No thanks, I'm running late. Okay. Okay. Yep. Give me your money. Oh, 16. Get out of here. Go on. $1. Get out of here. You. Do you want something? Get a movie.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What? Old. You want old? I'll fucking give you old. I won't give you old. Sorry, can't help you at the moment. $1.50. Get out of here. Oh, why's my nose itchy? You're not going to like that one. That was a bad critic. You want... Okay. Okay. I think everyone's coming over this way anyway. $16 it is. Aragon, hello. What is that? Stop that. Welcome in. How you doing today? Hope you're well. Cheeky little bitty. Mischievous, Aragon. I'm doing pretty good, yeah. Perfect. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Movies give me bad headaches. So you've never watched a movie ever in your entire life on the chance that it might give you a headache. I don't like being pressured to oh my god. Why are people so weird? Although it is the 90s. People might not have been Aragon. Oh, swear to God. Stop it. $46. There we go. Maths. Quick maths. Close the door to finish the day. All right. $1. Perfect. What a stop. Aragon. You know what, Aragon? Keep going. Keep doing it. I don't care. So movies rented, 27. Cool. Movie request completed 1. So I did. Fuck. No, Aragon. No. It was. We meant if you keep going with stop, you got to stop at start or continue. If. Gonna have a brain aneurysm. Level 1. General shelves. New shelves are available in the catalog. Cool. I do actually need more movies, I think. These shelves are looking pretty empty. Calendar? The calendar is updated every morning and affects gameplay in exciting ways with new releases, special events, and weather forecast updates. The task list with various objectives is also available to gain extra rewards. Tomorrow, a newly released movie will be available for purchase on the new tab of your office computer. Very cool. Wait, Aragon. You can't tell me what to do. Well, you can to an extent, but Aragon, thank you. You don't need to. At all. I appreciate it. I do. I'm just saying you don't need to. Cheeky. You cheeky duffer. The number of clients increases on a rainy day. Okay. Tape dealer? That's just Heisenberg. Just Heisenberg. Oh, expansions. Oh, okay. Oh, a little look over there. That'll be for adult section, right? Bob's Renovation Service. Make your store bigger. There's a lot of things that I don't need that I spend my money on. Ah, you cheeky. All right. No Tangier, smart move. I was actually thinking about it, but then every time I yeah, you need Tangier. Oh fuck. All right. I'll look. That's gonna go poorly. I will look. Fuck. All right. I'll look into it. Ooh, slush machine. Or at least set up your sound alerts properly. Right, yeah. Zuno. I always check them and they're never connected. When biddies came through, did they, now let me have a look. No. It should come up in the top left. I haven't got a sound to it just yet, actually, because I'm an elite streamer. Might do, yeah, actually, I might do that. Let me, this one. Okay, maybe I need to. You have the extension for sound alerts. You have sounds added. Oh. Do I have sound? Interesting. I will look at that. Yeah, it's not connected. Okay. Interesting. Wait, does that mean you've been spending things on sound alerts then? That haven't been going? Oh no, Aragon. I hope that's not in the case. I don't know how to check that. Oh no. No, okay, cool. Cool. Sweet. That makes me, if it's not connected properly, it just doesn't do anything. Right. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, maybe extensions. Let me have a quick look. Sound alerts added. Yeah. Okay. Uninstall. No, don't want to do that. That's right. Okay. Well, as long as it's not something that you're spending money on. Cool. I'd have said more about it by now if there was a potential to take someone's bits and do nothing. Yeah, perfect, cool. I thought you would. I just didn't. Yeah, okay. Oh, open dashboard. Oh. Oh, actually, hang on. Log in with Twitch. Is that gonna? I'm not sure if I can do this during a stream. Continue. Okay. I've logged in. Okay, accept. What's new? I don't mind troubleshooting and testing things, but it could accidentally mess someone else up. That's a problem. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I've logged in now to the thing, so I'm not sure if your sound alerts browser source is offline. Okay, so it still won't do anything to my knowledge. Although, hang on, create a new browser source and you're okay. Yep. Hang on. I rolled Pokepedia credits. Zuna, you're speedrunning. This doesn't look like Crisol. No, it is not FP. We finished it actually. Allie. Fucking hell. No, it wasn't my follow alert. Oh my god. Oh, that got me. Yes, FP, that was that was Sass's walk on. Yeah. Oh my god. I wasn't expecting it. That like sidelined me. Hello, Allie. How are you doing? Oh my god. Oh, how is you were playing Project Songbird. How is that? Are you enjoying it? How far are you? I just I just saw Sass's message. Jesus. Sorry. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was not expecting that at all. Fucking hell. Um, Welcome in, Ali. Holy shit. Thanks for coming by and bringing the one and only Sass effects. And that was I was not expecting that at all. Um, hey Starkey, how you doing? Hello Sass, how are you? I finished Risol. I finished Risol. Um, I finished it. Yes. So that happened. No, I did. I did finish it. I did. I finished it just before this, and I've been playing this for about 30 minutes ish, I think. Um, hey Thanatos, how you doing? Grams Bear, welcome in. Ashley, how you doing? Uh, Big Huh Chris, welcome on in. Fucking. Oh, I just got up to the thing. No, so no, that wasn't the follow alert. That was Sass's walk on. I only added it today, and I didn't think I didn't have a way to actually test it. So that was actually really good. Aragon, you're amazing. Thank you. Starkey, thanks for following. Boganator, welcome on in. And thank you for the follow. And then, Big Hug Chris, thank you as well. Oh my God. Yeah, I know I was falling apart. Everyone is banned. Sass, please, come on. Got it, Sass. I'll get to work. No, Zuna, no, you're not meant to ban people. No, stop it. Sass, what is that? No, you don't need to. No, no, no. No, stop. What? Sass. Well, thank you for resubscribing. Shit. Sass will remember that. It's fucking incredible so far. I'm shitting my pants. I probably won't play it. I have watched a little bit of kind of everyone play it, I think. I watched Sass play it, dabble into it. And I watched Bella. Did I watch Scotch play it? I think it was Scotch as well. But yes, no, from what I saw, it was really cool. And I am glad. Holy shit, there's no music just while I'm chatting. Okay. Very chill music. Very chill music. But no, Project Songbird is, from what I've seen, it looks really cool. A bit of a slow burn. I know Bella was having some issues with it being a slowish burn. But yeah, it looks real pretty. And from what I've seen, pretty scary. And I popped in for a sec and you were in a cutscene and I didn't want to interrupt, so I popped over to mess with Marty for a minute. Aragon has been messing with me, 100%. 100% he did. Was it us? Yes. I did die in the boss fight. Yes, thank you, Zuna. Thank you for letting everyone know. Yes, no, I died a couple times. Last boss fight for me, Sass, different. It was hard-ish. Not difficult. It was to the point where it was stupid things would happen. It would just be like she would attack me with both things on either side and then slap me, and then I would just die. So I'm catching up with chat, but I can see you shit talking me, Zuna and Ali. So interesting. I'll remember that. But yeah, no, Sass, you didn't. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that so much. Ali got a big raid from Barjo tonight. Oh, you got the raid from the ninja, the ninja crispy. Interesting. Did Barjo play any games tonight, or was it just what's the word? the old Crispy, sponsoring Crispy. Aragon, get out of here. Thank you so much for popping by. I appreciate you. Everyone say bye-bye or night to Aragon. Or have a good day. Or something. Time zone. He did Cooking Simulator too. Interesting. Huge raids all around. Huge raids. So I'm still catching up with chat. Did I keep my cool? Okay. Oh, yeah. Was it because I think he was, when I jumped out, he was at almost 500 viewers. That would be a big one jumping into you, Ali. A big one. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you kept your cool. See, I heard her say slow burn. It wasn't slow at all. See, maybe it was just because Bella might have been going a little bit slower. I don't know. But yeah, she mentioned a few times in a stream when I was there, and she was like, yeah, it's real slow. And I don't think she was enjoying it then, but I'm not sure if she's jumped back in. Why was it hard? Why was it easier? I'm not going to read all this. Marty bad. That's why. Sasa gamer. Whatever. Blah, whatever. No, I must have been on a difficulty. Let me check. Yeah, I had a look. I couldn't find it during gameplay. There was no easy, medium, or hard, or anything like that on the save file or in the settings. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, I got kind of reamed in a couple places there, but I don't know. Then screenshot it. I'll have to watch VOD. I'm annoyed I missed it. Oh no, it was okay. I pretty much had to redo. Not redo. I had to do the back half of chapter 3. So we did it the other way around on chapter 3. You started with the other side than me. So I ended with the stupid math puzzle thing, and I think you ended with the sun slidey ones. Both puzzles are stupid, obviously. But yeah. But you did Resi on Insanity, so yeah, I did do Resi on Insanity, and I was hoping that it wasn't going to be a similar situation. It wasn't, but I was thinking it might for a while there, actually. I was actually doing something for Aragon, but he's gone now. That's okay. Browser. Don't look at it. Okay. Okay. Don't look at that. Oh no, Aragon's lurking? Aragon, no! So the sound alerts, Aragon, are apparently online. Browser source is online. Step 2, activate the Twitch extension. I believe that's already there. And then that's Zuna right there with a neon green hair. But you did Resi. No, I read that. Wait, so different endings or just different order? I did it in a different order. Ending was the exact same. Still didn't make sense. Ali said hi. They work, Aragon. Fucking wow. I'm still lurking, actually. We'll be off soon, but I'm here at the moment. Okay, good to know. Oh, you can't hear it? Oh no. Why did that not? Might have been too loud, too far down, maybe? Don't think I heard it, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Da, 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 da. Let me have a look. Let me have a quick gander at why. Also, before I forget, Ali, If you need to do the old raid and run and a bit of self-care, go do that. I appreciate you picking me. You didn't need to, and I appreciate you. And I hope you're doing well. Da, 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 da. So that's a why. I would like to know why. Um, Interesting. Is it set to monitor on OBS? It is. It just says it's inactive. The source is inactive, but it's currently on the active screen. Don't know why it's saying inactive. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you. Wanted to scare you with a big raid. Also had 30 seconds till an ad break and needed a good safe raid. Well, thank you. So I appreciate it so much. And yeah, everyone, for anyone that was watching me that's not already subscribed, you know what? Followed and subscribed to Ali. Go do that. Safe raid. What do you, Zuna? What do you mean safe? What? No, that. Why that face? That doesn't make. This isn't a safe space for sass, I don't think. I bully her so much. Here. And that's it. And her stream. And dance stream. And scotches. Oh boy. Am I the problem? Maybe I'm the problem. Yeah, I do not know. Hang on. Maybe if I. Is it something with the. Oh, control audio. Okay, hang on. No. I think we're getting somewhere. And I think I had to click the soundless. There we go. Okay, I think we're groovy. We might be good. We might be good. Now, it's standard procedure to bully the streamer, and she's just a good streamer that it overflows to other channels. 100%. 100%. Okay, I think I did it. I just had to, in the properties, I had to control the audio via OBS. Well, now I can't hear that. I didn't hear that. Why didn't I hear that? That wasn't good. Oh, you heard it? Okay. Why didn't I hear it? Why didn't I hear it? Can I redo once? Oh, yeah, replay. Okay, hang on. Hold on. Music. Music. Pause. Okay, that didn't. Now check if it's set to both monitor and output. Okay. Monitor and output. Cool. Now I can hear it. Can you go? Can you hear that? You heard that? Yes? No. Nod up and down if you did. Shake your head side to side if you didn't. Okay, I realized that I can't see that. So if you are doing that, I don't actually know. I'm assuming Ali saying yay. That is a you could hear. Cool. Okay. Awesome. We did it. That was easy. Easy troubleshooting. Easy troubleshoot. But no, we're playing some. So we played some Crisol. We beated it. Aragon. Aragon. When you said that I don't have sound alerts happening, you didn't. At no point did you say Did anyone say, you were all here, by the way? At no point did anyone stop me from saying, maybe don't do that. Because Aragon's gonna do shit like this. So I'm blaming everyone here. This is a shit. No, damn it. This is all your fault. You can't go fishing and get surprised when you catch fish, Marty. No, I had not. Mandy, I'm a baby streamer. Okay? I don't know what any of this does. And now thinking about it, the word sound alerts make a lot of sense. But no one said. Aragon, I'm not like Bella. Cheap jump scares don't get me. I'm just going to put that up there. That's going to be shots at Bella there. Pew, pew. Baby streamer doesn't do baby voice though. Ooh woo. You want baby voice? I'm not going to do baby voice. I realize that's probably not what a baby sounds like. Vomits. Yes, and I didn't read any of that. I assume... Wait, do I have to do this one at a time? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Gotcha. The movies need to be rewound. Press the tape in the rewinder to the left. Oh, okay, gotcha. Anyways, I actually need to head out now. Aragon, get out of here. Nerf, hello, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're well. Don't clip for Bella. Thank you very much. See you all later. Bye, Aragon. If you didn't say bye to Aragon before, say it to him now. Or the It Clown's gonna come to your house tonight and spook you silly. Some movies are reserved by customers. Place the movie in the reserved shelf. Oh. Reserved. Interesting. Wait, I could have had a visitor. Damn it. Oh, what? I like clowns. Nah, well, too bad. You said bye to Aragon. He's not going to visit anymore. Okay. I got horrors. Bat. Wait. What are you? Drama? Oh, I did so many movies. So many went out yesterday. Did Ali raid the gorgeous Zuna's partner? Yes. Well, gorgeous? I don't know. But thank you, Nerf. I always appreciate you. But yeah, no, Ali popped in and just spread her love here. And I hope is currently looking after herself. I don't know why I say things like that. I'm so sorry. Sure, I was talking about you, Marty. Damn it, no, oh my god, yep, that makes sense. You weren't talking. I just assumed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I'm so sorry, Nerf. There's nothing there. The 5 random movies, or any adult movies? No, it's all horror. Interesting. Let's buy. Oh, fuck, that was drama. I don't want drama. Also, how am I holding? 10 VHS. Oh my god, what do you want? The Clown Night Feeder. Gotcha. Oh. Wait a second. Was that reserved for you or not for you? Oh no. Did I just give out someone's reserved copy? That might bite me on the ass. Do I need to quickly buy that movie? Oh no, 8. Cool. Thank you. $1. Hello, you gorgeous man. You want some horrors? Oh, yep, that was the reserved copy that I don't think was actually for you. Okay, let's... Who's out here in the rain? No one. Okay. Back on you go. Back on you go. Okay, so... I should look at... Oh, okay, no. Catalog. I should look at more shelves. The tape of... Could you say it for me? Tape of Beacon Hope. Oh, okay. Reserved. Reserved. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh my god.
Hey.
Yep, they're coming through. I'm getting there. I'm just chucking movies. What do you want? Got a horror? Yep, take that one. I don't care. Yep. Okay, cool. Fuck, is this what it was like in the 90s? Sass, are you here? Sass. Sorry, are you lurking? Sass, are you here? Yeah, you are here. Sorry. Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. Did I just call you out of lurk? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Sass. Was this what it was like in the 90s? What's up, Walker Man? Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome in, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I am such a bully. Sass, I understand if you ban me. 90s was peak. Interesting. I don't remember much of the 90s. I was only a wee lad. Oh, shit. But I did have, oh no, when I actually did blockbusters, if I remember correctly, in Video Easy, they were kind of phasing out VHSs and it was all DVD. You. Nope. You. Nope. You. Sass was lurking, but I sent her a message to Paige. Thank you, Nerf. Thank you so much. Wait, how old are you? I am 32. Ancient Zuna, come on. The Yacht of the Beacon. Yacht of the Tape of the Beacon? Yacht of the Beacon. Take it. Okay, so when they come in and ask, that is what they were for then. Cool. I do forget how old I am sometimes. I am 32. Zuna, can you confirm yay or nay if I am 32? Hi, Walker, the bullying happens everywhere. Everywhere. Oh my god. I can't believe Sass. I'm so sorry. I wish it happened on better terms of the sound effect that happened when you came in. How the fuck am I getting bullied for being older? Sass, because you're older? Hello? Hello, Sass? More like 30 poo get martied. Thanks, Fishy. Thanks, Fish. Appreciate you. 32, you're just a baby. I say this as a crotchety old man of 40. Well, as a crotchety old man of 32, thank you, Oxby. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you look younger though. Thanks, Lily. I'm assuming you're telling me that I look younger, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you. It's great having you here, Lily, and you're just kind of boosting my ego with every message. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, Jantha. GG Twitch took this long for this to pop up. I'm gonna blame Twitch on that one. You know what? Fuck you. All right, take. You look like you want a late night gamble with my Nope, Nate. Late. Fuck. Did I just have a stroke? Late nights with Gambler? The Gambler. You don't deserve this all this hate. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No, no, shit. No, fuck. I'm trying to pick it up. Stop. I'm trying to pick it up. Okay. Okay, cool. You literally don't get bullies by me. Be so for real right now. We're the same age, homie. God. This is insane. People in the 90s had it too hard, you know. I don't think we understand how easy we have things now with credit card and digital payments. All this cash. Oh, it's too much. Go on. 1250. Get out of here. Go on. What do you want? Horror. It's a shit horror. You look like you want a shit horror time. Bad critic. Yeah, okay, let's give you that one. Yeah, get out of here. I wouldn't say wow to that. That was a bad critic. You know what? I remember fucking raging when I got a copy of The Sandlot Kids that wasn't rewound once. Did you rewind it? Fishy? Did you do that? You do a little cheeky rewind? I'll say this game is a huge nostalgia trip. Yeah, so I don't think I ever went into a video store that was like this at all. And as I said before, VHSs weren't. I don't think we ever rented any VHSs. It was always DVDs. Yeah. Order the new release from the new tab on the computer. This movie will be considered new for 7 days, making it especially popular with customers during this time. Perfect. I am ordering 300 copies of it. 60 seconds of my valuable TV time gone. Yeah, because that's what we did at the time. Yeah, because that's what we did at the time. It's probably I'm gonna blame the children for that one, Fishy. It was the kids that didn't rewind them. With an onion tied to our belt. You guys had belts? I only remember having 2 VHS. Hello, Princess. Heads up, there's apparently a real movie mod for this game. Out. Game out. Game. This game out. Yep. Cool. Interesting. Interesting, Princess. I'll have to check that one out. Also, hello, Scotchy. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I only remember having 2 VHS, one being Elf and the other being a Barbie movie. As you know, which Barbie movie? I also had a bunch of VHSs, but they weren't rented. They were purchased ones. There was a lot of the Disney stuff. That's wild because I'm only a couple years older than you, and I remember when DVDs were new, and at first it was like one shelf of DVDs, then it became full thing. Yeah, I think it was because we didn't really do much renting at the time. I mean, I don't even remember. Maybe Dad did do a lot of VHS renting, and I just didn't really take much notice. But I remember we did a lot of DVD renting. Let's do 15. Fuck it. Let's go. Some of you know the panic of having your shitty VCR eat the VHS tape that you just rented and it shows. Yeah, that didn't happen to me. Didn't happen to me. Oh, this is a thingy. Okay, yep. Mel Street. Bad dreams on Mel Road. You will never wake up from this nightmare. Via the VHS today. DVDs. Good one, Fishy. God, you're so good. Has anyone ever told you? Also, you and Mandy are married? See, it just sounds ridiculous when someone else says it. Sosmet, been in Loki mode tonight across Twitch. Hey, never apologize at all, Scotchy. You do you. I know you're a busy man. Busy man. You got a lot of friends. I get it. I understand completely. Not the friends part, but the busy part. I just hope you're doing well. I just hope you're doing well is all. Mel Road in the title and Mel Street on the sign. I fucking hate this. Oh, I didn't even notice. Some customers return their rentals late. The system automatically adds a late fee to their membership ID. During their next purchase, the checkout computer will flag the outstanding fee. Perfect. I don't have to remember shit. Stealing Gub's bit. Fish. I would never steal anything from anyone, ever. Thank you. And I think it irritates me when people say that. And I think I've punched blokes in the mouth for saying less than that. More than that? For saying... I don't know. Anyway. We did a lot of rentals, bunch of places that had VHSs. You could... little mum and pop shops, gas stations, and a chain. And of course, chains... why did I want to say chains? Chains like Blockbuster. Yeah, fair. I saw a record store version of this today and thought of you. Oh, a record store version? That sounds sick, though. Mandy. Record store version? Also, that felt like you were mad at my low-tier shit posting then. Fair, to be honest. Fishy, I could never be mad at you. I could never be mad. And if I'm ever mad, I'm not. Okay. Bruh, if they had a banger soundtrack, I'd be down. No friends, just dwelling in my head. Scotchy. That was late. Completely get it, Scotchy. But just remember, we're all here for you as well. So feel free to continue lurking. No pressure to do anything at all. Just remember, we here for you. Come to XXX. Get your movies. Get your fucking movies. Yeah, that's what you'll be saying. Oh, is that late? I swear to God, if it's fucking late. Mandy, what? What, Mandy? You can't just say Marty like that. It scares me. No, Zuna, stop. What's happening? Why is everyone saying Marty? Stop it. I didn't do nothing. Is that why? Is that why you're saying Marty? Nerf. Marty perchance. Zach, you can't just say perchance like that. It's hard to... Why is everyone saying Marty? What have I done? I don't like this. Why do you just... That was weird. Why do you just chuckle like that? Edram. Mods, can we ban Zuna? Put it on the fucking bench. Just the one? Interesting. Oh my God, he doesn't know. Lol. What the... Yeah, I swear. What? What don't I know? What's happening? I don't know what's happened. Mods, can we get a shout out for Zuna? Mods, can we not? His brain is small and forgets things. What am I forgetting? Hello? You heard him, mods. Wait, no, I didn't. No. That. Zuna, that's abuse of mod powers? Surely. I need another shelf. I need another shelf. Fuck. I need another shelf. Yep. Yep. Getting there. The tape, a beacon of hope. The tape, beacon of hope. The tape, beacon... Oh, shit. The... The bird beacon of hope? No. Midnight computer reserved. Is it that one? No. Nope. Oh, there it is. Ah, take it.
Oh.
Yep. Oh. I'm just obeying chat. No. You don't. That's not. You're not. No. That's not how. Zuna, that's not how it works. $9. Alright, get out of here. Shit, I need another shelf. No, I said that before, but I really need another shelf. I shouldn't have bought 15 copies of this Bad Dreams on Mel Road Street. $0. Get out of here. Go on. Put it. Put your... Yep. Cool. $4. Get it. Get out of here. Alright. Dopey. Okay. I need shelf. I need shelf. New releases. Oh, that might be cool. However, that's not what I want. I would like you. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting there. Getting there. Come on. And then, just for the time being, oh my god. Hello. You want to get this? Sure. Done. $16 dues. Get out of here. Go on. Scamper.
Oh.
Hello. You. That's the one you want. Get out of here. Yep. Checked in. Thank you. Rewind. Okay. Yep. We're good. And then I take you, put you there. So now, can get all... Yep. Nope. And then I can get back to this one being perfect. $1. Out to get. Get on. Get out. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gimme. $2. Even better. Ooh, bad boy. You sneaking in a drama there, bud? You look too happy to be a bad boy. Get out. Get out. Get out of here. Okay. $0. Perfect. Rewind. Yeah, don't ding me. Don't do it. Don't give me that arm either. Thank you. What do you want? Drama. Okay. Hit drama. There we go. Take that one. You won't be saying whoa-ho-ho after you watch that one. That's for sure. What's happening? Oh, Tuesday. It's going to be the... Did he just knock and just run over here? Okay, cool. You look cool. You know what? Let's take it all. Adult movie. Perfect. Oh, they're all... yeah, nice. Horror. Drama. And then I might just put those back over there for the moment. What do you want? Good. You want good. 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 Sure.
Oh.
Take that one. It's new. Oh, it just came out. Oh, why is my eye twitching? Okay, good, good, good. Perfect. 1250. Groovy. Yep. Yep. Gimme. 280. Groovy, 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 groovy. $8. Hey, neato. I need... I might actually... So I know who the freaks are. Yeah. What do we got here? Officer, let my cauldron go. Okay. Stiff mailbox. Interesting. Sauna sessions with my flower. Okay. Alright. Stiff mailbox, yeah. Oh, sweet. We're good. We close the door. And that is a day done. Starting the next day. Let's go. You completed your first 3 days as a proud video store owner. It's time to take your business to the next level. Improve your shop with decorations, snack displays, arcade machines, and other goodies to draw in more customers. Keep an eye out for special events like the Fall Harvest Festival happening this weekend. Unlock new movie genres, hire staff to expand your store's footprint, and discover plenty more surprises along the way. Very cool. Gonna crash. Thank you for the company tonight, though, mate. Everyone say goodnight to Scotchy. Scotchy, anytime. Anytime. And I hope you're okay, man. Hope you're okay. But, yeah. I think you're not streaming on the weekend, are you? No. Hopefully we'll see you at movies tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Saturday. But, no, have a good night. Have a good night, sleepies. Scotchy, Scotchy poo, Nookums, Nookie Wookums, Hookums, Kitten, Princess, Cupcake, Crumble Pie, my little Labradoodle, I can't think of anything else. Oh man, a whole bunch of them's gonna. We stream tomorrow, Marty. Oh, actually, so, so, tomorrow. Tomorrow's an interesting day. I might stream tomorrow. Someone else might stream tomorrow. Would you like to know who this someone is? Would you like to know who else this someone is that might stream tomorrow? It is someone under this very household. Under this household? Oh my God. Under this roof. Oh my God. This person is alive. I swear. And they're in the next room. I swear it. No, Chip isn't. No. No, it's the lovely Zoonicorn. She might be streaming tomorrow. It's Chip. I'm still reading stuff. Broken. What do I... The trash. Okay. Yep. I didn't read that. I was too busy. It's Chip. So, I might... Will you be working alone tonight? Chip stream when? I assume he is asleep and hanging out with Zuna at the moment. He's been sleeping on my desk all day today. Yeah, he's on the floor. Cute. Adorable. But no, we might be graced. Oh my god, I got so many of these films. Why the fuck? Why I get so many of these films? Why did no one stop me? Why? Why did no one stop? Oh, reserved. Of course, reserved that Okay, yep. Why did no one stop me? It's all that's there. It's the only thing coming out. Oh my god, no one stopped me. Oh, we got a different one. Oh, it's a different horror film. Beautiful. Beautiful. Amazing. But no, Zunicorn might be streaming tomorrow. And if you're interested in seeing what she's going to do, shoot her a follow. But if she doesn't, I might. I might. I'm having a lot of fun with this, so Chip sleeping, dreaming of all the gremlin activities that he can get up to. 100%. The amount of times that he's sleeping on my desk here and I'm working or doing something, playing games, game dev, whatever, and he's just on the desk and he's just twitching away. Twitching away? Twitching away. Away is the word. It's adorable. Absolutely adorable. He's just a little twitchy guy. Come.
Oh.
Leave me alone, thanks. Okay, awesome, I'll come by. Get on, get in there. Yeah, get in there. Come.
Oh.
I know, you guys are... Oh, how did I miss that? I don't know how you missed that, idiot. You. Come. Perfect.
Ooh.
Come. Amazing. Amazing. Look at all these people coming by. $2. Get out of here. Go on. $1. Perfect. Get out. I wonder if we'll get someone with a late fee today. Yep. Gimme. 12.80. Beautiful. $1. Get out of here. Gimme. Did you just get two of the same? Thomas, why would you ever need two of the same movie? I'm very suspicious. I know what you're up to. Joshua, stiff mailbox. Come on, bud. You're not even hiding it anymore. Not even hiding. Go on. Go enjoy your stiff mailbox, bud. Isaac. Got the last two remaining adult films. You dirty dog. You absolute hornbag. Get out of here. Hello, what do you want? Bad Dreams on Mel Road. I don't... Go on. Get... I am calling to reserve a movie. Oh, wait. What was the title again? I totally forgot. Is it okay if I... Yep. Sure. Okay. Call back. Call back when you remember. $3 it is. I need to get to that stuff.
Oh.
Hello. What do you want? Pick me an adult movie that you think I will enjoy. By the way, my grandfather might watch it also if he likes classic. An old movie would be better. Like you just want old? I don't have any old adult films. So you could take that. I can't help you then. Sorry. I can't help you. Can't help you. Get out. Get out and never come back. He is looking for vintage porn, and I don't think it's for his fucking granddad either. It's some weird chasing that medieval bush. Maybe. Fucking 950. Groovy. I got a lot of films here actually. Okay, yep. Okay, yep. Yep. $1. Get. Hey, it's you again. It's you again. What are you getting? You know, it'd be kind of cool if it shows how many times as well a specific movie has been rented. Keeping track of those that get the adult films. How many times do they rent those bad boys out, you know? Rewind. Yep, I gotcha. Thank you. Perfect. We got a drama. Nope. You. Perfect. No truer bush than medieval bush.
Hey.
That is true. Do you mind a new release movie to recommend? Yep. Oh, chip. Daddy's gaming chip.
Oh.
Hello. Adorable. Do you want to say hey to everyone? Okay, hang on. Oh, my eye's twitching. Come here. Oh my god, you're being so difficult. You just wanted to be here just then. Hello. Nino. Say hey to everyone. Sniff. No? Okay. Okay, don't bite me. Okay. Ow. Stop. I'm not sure if that's against TOS, so we'll just do this. He is so fluffy. You know, you don't even want to say hey to everyone. You're just being aggressive. You're being a little aggressive little guy today. And now you're just going to be upside down. Here we go. See? So much violence. What a unit. Yeah. You're a little unit. You hear that? Okay. You don't have to move. Nerf. Nerf thinks you're so big. You are so big. But also, oh, are we getting bunny kicks? What's happening here? Ow. Ow. Ow, that's the fingies. What? Yeah, lickies. Lick. You're so weird. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to punch the microphone then. I'm going to blame Chip on that one. He's adorable. Stick your face in the tum-tum, please. Done. He don't care. Although if I did it a second time, he might care. Third time, he probably will care. Yeah. You're just porn. Licks. Okay. You're so weird. Can I get back to gaming? Yeah? Is that something I can do? Or do you just want to be chilling around for a little bit longer? Okay. Okay. We'll just chill. We'd should go big screen for cat time. Okay. Hang on. Where? Yeah. There we go. Oh. There we go. Big screen. Big screen. Belly. Belly, belly, belly. Belly, belly, belly. Why did you look so violated just then? You little spreading the beans? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Hello, Mr. Wiltop. How we doing? How we going? Welcome on in. This is when it's like this is kind of my life. Just gotta hold him. Swish swish goes the tail. Yep. Oh, are you wanting down now? You've had enough. You've had enough. What's happening here? I need you to tell me what you want. Okay. You dopey. Dopey. Okay. Need help. We know our move. Oh, okay, there's people waiting. 250. Hello. What's up? Okay, we're just going to be biting my hand. Okay, ow, 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 ow. Stop biting my little hand. Quit it. Zuna, just checking. You did feed him, right? He's not just bothering me because we haven't fed him. Correct? Yeah, hours ago. Hours? Oh my god, it's 10:20. I've got to go to bed soon. I have work. Don't have work at all. Public holiday. He's just bothering you because you're made of meat. Yeah. And now he's just looking at the door. Now he's looking at the hinges. 11:20 real time. I don't think so. I think if someone can go exclamation mark time, I believe it shows the real time. I believe. At least for a few more days. Yeah. You guys have to do the whole change your clocks backwards, forwards, time. Thank you, Griffin. Perfect. You guys have to change your clocks backwards and forwards all year round. Well, we don't have to touch anything, you know? Don't have to remember. Oh, do people just still come in even though it's get to sleep in an hour on Sunday? Yeah. Just regular sleep for us, I guess, up here in the old Queensland of Australia. We don't believe in clocks going forwards and backwards. Uh, 15 mixed movies. Oh, this one is colourful, but it's 2.5. It looks cool though. Ugh. Queenslanders don't believe in a lot of things. It doesn't make it good. No, that is true. That is true. Doesn't make it good. Although we don't have to worry about clocks going forwards and backwards, so that's a good thing. Daylight savings does suck. After dealing with it in New South Wales for 10 years, I really enjoyed not having to deal with it up here. We should just split the difference. Honestly, we just go forward 30 minutes and you go back 30 minutes, right? So we meet in the middle. I think that's good. Sass doesn't live in Queensland. Definitely lives in Queensland, so she doesn't have to worry about clocks. I don't think Sass can tell time. Okay, nothing. Cool. She's not here. Perfect. Perfect. Fuck, no, bro, I can't, I'm dumb. That's okay. No, I don't know. I think I blame the education system. It's not on you at all. Zuna also can't tell time on clocks, so I don't like clocks yet. Whenever there's like military time, like, you know, 14:30 or 17:20, Zuna's always like, what's the time? And me being the loving partner I am, I say, you tell me. You figure it out. And then she beats me. I can IRL, but on stream it goes all blurry. Hot girl time issues. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. If you're hot enough, you don't need to tell the time on clocks, I guess. Oh my god. That's why I'm really good at telling military time, isn't it? She can kind of tell time. She knew she was over 5 hours in the stream today without even playing it. Yeah, but Mandy, was that because chat told her? You know what? I'll spend some moolah on those ones. I don't care. Time is relative, and Sass time is just relative to hers, and that's okay. Look. You know, I'll get another big boy. Another big boy. And this one can be a Darama. Yep. We don't need time throughout the clocks. Thank you. I took my ADHD pills today. ADHD pills? ADHD pill. Fuck, I can't speak right now. Today to concentrate on the game. The pill said, no, we concentrate on chats. Sass. Chats with you are always good. As much shit as we all give you. When I say we all, I mean Dan, Scotch, and I, and Fish. And I'm sure Lufty. And everyone else. It was good. Oh, the phone stops. Oh my god. I thought it just would have kept on ringing. I guess phones be like, oh my god, they're all the same. Because I ordered 15 of them. Oh, no. But no, we love chatting with you, Sass. It's always a good time. And sometimes, as much shit as we give you, want to just continue doing chats. Because it's always a good vibe. Hands are full. Okay. Nightmare on Bad Dreams Street Road. Appreciate that. I'm glad you were there for Crisol. I want to watch your VOD, but it feels weird watching it while you're live, so I'm waiting for you to leave. You know what? What happens, Sass? What happens if I finish stream after you go to sleep? What if? Oh no, I didn't want to put the adult one there. Adult goes over here. Perfect. Yeah, yap times is good times. Doesn't matter who, you know. Sass, Elixaria, Bella, Ali, Scotch, who else do I watch? Plebs. It's never a good time yapping on Dan's stream. It's pretty rough sometimes, honestly. Then I'll watch tomorrow, I guess, but I'm confused about the difficulty thing because I was playing on highest difficulty, and I'm sure you would be too, so nothing is wrong. Yeah, I honestly don't understand why I think it was just Dan, you missed Dan. Okay, that was in chat. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was almost like it was just against me on that. Unless they gave me the trophy by accident. No, 100% not. You I don't know what it was. I really don't. It was really stupid. It was almost like, cause you did the thing where the claw thing would come down, move me across to the other half of the area, and I'd be there. But then the other claw would come down and kind of corner me, but the other claw would still be there. And then all of a sudden she would just kind of slap, and it would be a few of those where it would just be like I would just get attacked by 2 or 3 at the same time, and there would be no way to escape it in a way. And it was kind of poopy. Come.
Wow.
Come.
Ah.
How can she slap? She had her hands as well. She had the 2 claw things on either side, and then she also had her hands. And why am I thinking meme? How can she slap? What? This must be an older meme. I'm not sure, Sass. I'm not aware of that one. Marty, why are you saying come over and over? Because it's funny fish. How can she slap as a meme? I'm out of that loop. And that hurts me to say, because I know that you're not chronically online for some of this stuff, and the amount of times people are like, oh my god, Sass, it's a quote, understand. And fuck, what did you want? Drama and old. Okay. And now the turns have tabled, and I don't get it. Oh my god, is this what it... I will never take a chance again. No, Sass, no. It's likely a Vine or was on MySpace. Yeah, fuck, MySpace. Actually, apparently if you didn't delete your MySpace years and years ago, it might still be around. So I had a look, and I forgot what my thing was, so I couldn't find it. Stupid nighttime meds have kicked in, and now I can't keep my eyes open. Thanks for stream, Smartles. Have sweet dreams. Chat. Oh, night, Mandy. Everyone say night to Mandy. Get some good sleeps. And I'm glad your nighttime meds have kicked in. Get some snoozes in. And we'll catch you around. And yeah, thanks for being a legend today. God. Sooner I have plans if you stream tomorrow, so I won't be able to make it. But know that I adore you. Reserved. My MySpace page exists, but it's mostly empty due to coding and stuff. The pictures that were meant to be in the archive folder thing, they just don't work. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I had a look. I couldn't find. There are a bunch of people with my name that weren't me. So, so there's that. I'm not sure if they've stolen my name. Maybe that's highly likely. But they didn't have the same pictures, so I assume my account was also just deleted at some point, which makes sense because it was years and years ago. Drama and bad, okay. Adore You 2 is still unconfirmed at this stage. Drama and bad, right, yep. Drama and bad, yep, there you go, take it. I technically said this weekend, don't know when it became tomorrow specifically. Oh yeah, shit, no, I just assumed tomorrow, because it's Friday, there's nothing happening tomorrow. I just assumed, oh my god. You know what they say about assuming, right? Don't do it. That's it. Nothing else. It makes an ass out of you and me. But really, it's just made an ass out of me. Oh, I am the arsehole. Oh, I need to go on a Reddit and make a post in Am I the Asshole? And then Scotch needs to do a stream on it. Not knowing anyone, without anyone knowing that it's me. And then everyone can be like, yeah, this guy's an asshole. And then and then Scotch can be like, well, this was actually Martles. And then everyone's gonna be like, what a complete asshole. So it's a circle. Are you working tomorrow? No. No, I'm not. What did you want? Machine, the fighting machine. Fighting machine. Take it. Get out of here. No, I'm not. Public holiday tomorrow. Very exciting. Very exciting. And yeah, I might stream. Yeah, late stream. Yeah, I'm thinking it. I'm enjoying this. I originally was just going to kind of do a chill couple hours stream, but I'm digging this one. Digging. I know they're very different genres, but I'm kind of enjoying this more than I enjoyed Crisol. Dare I say, Crisol? I can't believe I ordered 15 of those. Why didn't anyone stop me? Oh. Zuna, stop that. Oh, format 512 by 512. Okay. Okay, noted. Interesting. Okay. 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 Yeah, you can add a video to the game. I have thoughts. I have thoughts and feelings about that. $1. Get out of here. Clips. Yeah, well... Yeah. And it doesn't sound like audio comes through, so it would just be all visual, which is fine.
Hey.
Oh my god. Oh mate's not good. Science fiction. Oh wait. Oh cool. Oh, got hiccups. I can't help you. I can't. No. Come.
Oh.
Ah.
Come look at my videos. Come buy my videos. Rent them. Rent them. Give me money. Yeah, I'm coming. Yep. Give me. Oh my god. Okay. Soaking my uncle. Yeah. Oh, his tentacle is too big. Interesting. Now, what do we got here? Oh, a dead monster in the attic. And then we've got some sci-fis. The artifact computer virus and outer-sider space dust. Which one of you's got that one? Which one of you's got late fee? Hey, my father is the mayor of this town. Charge me that late fee and this place will be shut down by the morning. Good try, bucko. That was rather rude. I should have taken notice of who you are. Checkmate wizard. Checkmate wizard. Take it. Get. Alright. Why did you take so long to put that down? Gimme. Okay, it wasn't you. One of yous have taken it. I reckon it's you dirty horn dog. You took both of them. His tentacle is too big, soaking my uncle. Ugh, you disgust me. Go on, get out of here. Don't look at me as you turn around. Filthy. Filthy. Okay. Oh, neat. That's the end. Okay, cool. Oh, I can also sell movies at some point. Interesting. Concessions sold? Ooh, does that mean movies maybe? As in like cinema, but in like a preview area? I don't know what you 90s people did. Harvest Festival, special event. Oh, I should have been looking into the future. What does that mean? What does that mean? Drama movie. Oh, okay. Chocolate bars purchase. Oh, I need snackaroonies as well. The future. Yes. I don't have... I could have repaired that this entire time and I didn't. So I can't... Or can I? A lot of movies there. A lot of people waiting for me as well. Oh my god. I completely forgot about putting my sci-fi movies on. Holy shit. I just had good quality sci-fi films back here. And... oh, that's such a disappointment. Okay, I do have a few movies in here, actually. I wonder if I can sell movies that I don't need anymore, because that's a lot of those ones. I definitely didn't need that money. That many films. No. You. No. Yep. New. Oh my god. Someone's who the fuck has reserved stiff mailbox? Daniel? Hello, Daniel. Welcome on in. Hello. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hello, welcome on in, Raiderinos. Holy shit. I'm so happy you popped in. That was great. Hey, welcome on in. Who we got? Calypso, Ginge, hello, welcome on in. Taters, how you doing? Wrong Town, Griffin, Existence, up, thank you, Type Fast, appreciate it. Hello, FP, you double streaming dog. Jantha, you too. Hello, Type Fast, welcome in. Grimbo, hello. Oh, what is non-existence? Thank you for the follow. Hello, Jessica. Oh my god, there's so many. Hello, that Boyardi, welcome on in. Appreciate the follow as well. Hello, Sheila Gaming, welcome in. Danger Dan86, welcome on in. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining in with the raid as well. I'm glad you didn't get lost on the way. Hello, Zach, how you doing? Hello, Mad Hatton. God, there's so many cuties in here. So many cuties. Stiff Mailbox, yes, that is a adult film that I've got here in my hand. Hello, Sheila Gaming. Thank you for the follow. Dan, why did you resubscribe? Stop that. You don't need to. For fuck's sake, that sound clip. What's wrong with it, actually? What's wrong with that sound clip? It's me, the parrot from Aladdin. Oh my god. Oh my god. My headphone's not working. Of course it's not, Dan. Nino, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Dan, you can't hear me? Okay. Taters? Oh, night-night, Taters. Everyone say night-night to Taters. Hope you have a good sleep, bud. Hope you have a good sleep. In space, no one can hear you rage shit. Now, are those in quotation marks because Danger Dan 86 said that tonight. Wrong town. Wrong town. Thank you for gifting a 1 month sub of tier 1 to Jantha. Thank you so much. You didn't need to do that at all. At all. Thank you. Well, Jantha, you've now got access to some cute little emotes that Danger Dan 86 has created. Wrong town. Hey, stop that. Thank you for gifting Taters 1 month of tier 1 as well. So much. You don't need to do that at all. Very appreciated. Oh my God, I'm so behind. Oh, I definitely wasn't here already. You weren't, Jantha. You weren't at all. Hello. Didn't actually know Marty streamed. No, I've it's been pretty much on and off of streaming. It's something that I've started doing again recently. But yeah, so hello, Sibao. Hello. You reckon stool softener would help with the stiffness? You'd hope so. But it's probably best to ask Danger Dan about that. He knows all about that kind of stuff. So, Wrong Town, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Amazing people. Danger Dan, you were playing Kerbal Space Program? Oh my God, did you rage quit? I feel like that's a game where you would have rage quit. Speaking of cuties, how are you so cute without getting beauty sleep, obviously? Fish, that is the cutest thing you've ever said to me. It's hard. It's hard. It's really, really difficult, actually. I was dying of laughter hearing it. It's me, the parrot from Aladdin. It's great. It's actually such a quality clip, Dan, and I appreciate that you shared it with everyone. Actually, I'll do that. We get some beautiful. No, okay. I can't even keep up with chat if I'm doing that. So whatever. It's gonna be not silence at all. They are now. I can't. Hello, no, taters. No, taters. Hello. Bunch of cuties following it. Exactly, Zuna. Obviously, fuck, I've missed it. There's just been so much fun and laughter. Dan, if you need to raid and run, go do that. Go look after yourself. I know it's a pretty hard time for you streaming, especially with since the incident. And we're all here for you. We're all here for you. But yeah. Type Fast, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Dan Rage quits and cries about it and is the voice of the parrot from Aladdin. Also, Jantha. Oh. Yeah, Wrong Town, you didn't need to do any of that. I appreciate that so much. You really didn't. I feel like I got rewarded for my bad behavior. Oh my man, stream behind on chat. Thank you, Sass. Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't. Actually do. Breaking news. This is your turn to be a menace, Sass. Fun fact. Oh, no. Shit. That's sad. Dan, you missed out. You've missed out on a couple walk-on sounds, but that's okay. Maybe next. I swear to God, Daniel. Zuna, can we can we time out? Can we time out Dan for? Oh my God. Shared an image. Oh my God, I just got martied. Fuck. I knew it was going to be someone, and you did it. No Dan's safe. Damn it, Zuna. Mods, can we time out Zuna for 6 million seconds, please? Thank you. This bloke worked out his soundboard. No, it wasn't a soundboard. Wasn't a soundboard at all, Dan. At all. If you have hard shits, it might lack of bile. Yeah. Shaking my damn head. Please on off streaming. We don't need 24-hour streams. Thank you, Ginge. Yeah, I was really going for the 24/7 streams. Yeah, chose not to do that. I have no brain power left. Yeah, it's been a big day for you, Sass. Playing Crisol. That took a lot of brain power to get through. Now, he didn't rage quit. He achieved a stable orbit. Wow. That is surprising. Can we just get W's in chat for Dan? Holy shit. That's great. That's great news, actually. That is insane. Jesus. I've played a little bit of Kerbit. Kerbit? Kerbal. What the fuck's Kerbit? What the fuck is Kerbit? Kerbal. I played a little bit. Never got stable orbit. It always blew up before him. Hey, Sai, how you doing? I be lurking, lurk away. Lurk away. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for just chilling around. You know what's great? A Marty stream is like being repeatedly Martied in almost real time. Fuck, maybe I need a button just to Marty everyone. Or Dan. Or Sass. Great. Great, great ideas there. You're doing so great, Sweaty. Dan, don't call me Sweaty. I've got the aircon on. I'm the opposite of Sweaty. I went to follow Marty and I realized I was already following. Past Calypso made a good choice. Chat, Raiders Marty has now cracked 400 followers. Oh shit, have I? I have not been paying attention at all. Yeah, thank you. Wow, 400. That is insane. There's 400 people that want to listen to me ramble and say a lot, apparently. Thank you, Zuna, for making me aware of that, by the way. I appreciate you. And love you so much. I can't tell if you were laughing at me or something funny that's on your screen. I hope it was something funny at your screen. No, Dan safe. Damn it. Not even my real dad. I am the mod. Yeah, well, I need more mods. I can't have this. Zuna's got too much power, actually. I'm good at timing people out. Give me mod. Jantha, if I give you mod and if I say timeout Danny, will you timeout Danny? That is the question. A lot of W's. Perfect. It wasn't from any fault of his own. Interesting. Look at all this. So much support for Danny Boy for getting orbit. Perfect. Cubit. Kerbit the Frog. Kerbit the Forg. Fuck. I'd be worse if he just said bad shit about you rather than the incredibly surprising congratulations. Yeah, look, I was thinking about it, but Kerbal Space Program is pretty hard. So, I was waiting for the sound. I was waiting for it. God damn it. God damn it, wrong town. To be fair, those Kerbal fellas are greenlit Kermits. Green like Kermits. God, why can't I read? Tell me why I should follow. Sin. Oh, if you follow, you get a really cool emote of Sass that you can use everywhere and anywhere that you want. That you won't get on Sass's stream. Thank you, Sin, for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, I got to sleep. Good night. Oh, good night, Fishy. Everyone say night to Fishy if you haven't already. I'm still catching up on chat. Get out of here. Oh, I'm so giddy. I'm so giddy. You can't see it, but I'm what's the word? I'm kicking my little feeties. I'm so giddy. Pop some socks in the Ninja Crispy. Yeah. Zunicorn, I put some socks on you, Dingus. Yeah, I tell her a lot to put socks on, but she says, no, Marty, shut up. So I deal with that. Smari. Socks are evil. Yep. Unlimited power. She will without hesitation. Perfect. Okay. Interesting. Jantha. We're on the same wavelength. Wavelength? Wavelength. I think Zuna is the only person that will not time out Dan. 100%. I'm pretty sure if her life depended on it, she still wouldn't time out Dan, which is kind of disgusting. I missed the end of your stream. Did you complete the game did it redeem itself? No, it didn't, Nerf. It didn't at all. Nah. Look at that. Look at those emotes. Look at it's perfect. uh that's great. Oh my god. I need to chat to Dan. Fuck, those gifs is the emotes, the animated emotes, amazing. The pondering the orb's probably the best one. I feel like to get all the humor and banter, you need to be subbed to Dan, Scotchy, Sass, Lufty, and Marty. Yeah, I've only got one though, Calypso. It's like a cult. It's like, yeah, I've only got one, but I'm just waiting for more things to happen. I'll time out, Dan. Sass, did I give you mod? Or no, maybe I thought about giving you mod when you said to your entire chat, mod me, and then I just didn't. Maybe I thought about it. Should I? No, you haven't said it in a while. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. I'm here for the cult. I heard there were snacks. There's no snacks, sorry. There's no snacks. My 2 brain cells flying over the third day. I'm not deleting them. Perfect. Dan, never let Sass bully you to delete them, ever. Sass effects. No, I'm Sass effects. I'm Sass effect. No, so is my wife. You can still replace them with more. That is true. You delete those ones and more take its place. To do this, but you are not that rare. 100%. You tell me to ban someone and I will. Lily, very rare that I need to ban someone. However, the odd timeout of Dan will be requested. And I just need to make sure that when I request said timeout, that I don't get told, no. What the fuck? It's midnight. No, it's 11. It's 11, Sin. Sorry. Can we time out streamer? You can try, actually. If you type an exclamation mark timeout, not Marty, I think it might work, actually. I'm surprised you don't have a Stream Deck button set up to time out Dan for 10 seconds. Oh, fuck. Hang on. I've got this one. That's not, no, okay. That's not it. Ha, get pranked, Dan. Why would I have that? Why would you be able to time out me? You absolute goose. Why would you even, I swear Dan, if you look up, there might be the word gullible on the ceiling. Just, can you double check for me? Can you double check? I just want to make sure. I obey the streamer. I get told to time out. I will. Perfect, Lily. Perfect. If only streamers can time out people in their own streams. Wait, is that possible? Can I do that? I'm impressed you stuck with it, and it was good to hear you explaining your honesty with it being a Blumhouse game. It'd be easy to capitulate, but I knew your integrity is exceptional. Yeah, Sass is pretty good. Pretty honest. And we do like an honest streamer, unlike those lousy lion streamers. Marty, with StreamerBot, you could set it up to timeout down after his first message for 1 second. Scots, I did think about that. I really did think about that. And I ended up deciding against it because I do want Dan to message every now and then. And I feel like if I set up this precedent that he will be timed out after 1 second, he'll stop. So I just bully him and then I threaten. But I might do it. I might do it. Who knows? Who's to say? There's nothing on my roof, you fucking idiot. Dan, did you look? Did you look, Dan? What about your ceiling, Dan? Roof, ceiling. Does it say anywhere gullible? Shut the fuck up, Zach. That's what spiders want you to think. Exactly. There's always spiders. There's always spiders. Just the first message. Ooh, maybe. Fuck FP. That's a good idea. Ooh. I'm going to bed. Okay, night-night, Dan. Everyone say night-night to Dan. And if he comes back, if he messages after this message where he says, I'm going to bed. Okay, if he messages again after Y'all Crispy, I'm going to time him out. If he messages another one, I'm timing him out. Ban, timeout. Perfect. There you go. Perfect. He's gone. uh, he's going to be bad. Will he rage quit? Will he rage quit sleeping is the other thing. Fuck. No. Get out of here. Get. Thank you for the biddy. But no, if there's raiders, if any of you need to run, look after yourself, lurk, whatever, go do that as well. I appreciate you just joining from Dan. Okay, we've done all the movies. Is this open? Did we open the store? No, we didn't. Oh, okay. Don't leave my store unattended. Interesting. Okay, you're bringing something back. You will see what kind of movies I've got. Oh, why is the music still going? Goose. Absolute goose. Look, stupid sexy stream. Oh, what an emote. Wrong town, thank you so much. Definitely, yeah. Go lurk, do what you need to do. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, what do you want? Stiff Melba. I've got this copy for you right here, buddo. What is it? Oh my god. Hi, I would like to reserve a movie. Do you have a copy of Sailor Laboratory? Cool, I do. I was unsure. That was a blind yes. Go on, get out of here. Oh, sci-fi, interesting. Take it. Yep. Money. $1. Get out. Oh, there's so many people here. Every time I hear the phone ring, I expect it to be Riley. Oh, man. It was funny. So I've actually got a new mic, but the one that I had before, I had to do... When I was recording those lines, it was... I remember it being stupid. There was also a lot of noise happening outside, so I kind of had to record them through the day while I was meant to be working. And then what was it? It was... There'd be sometimes you'd hear a car or something in the background or a loud bang, and then I'd have to re-record the line. It was fun. And we don't have anywhere here to soundproof or anything. It was kind of annoying. Knowing Marty, I was expecting he'd only have porn. Calypso, that's the plan. The plan is to only have porn here. So we're getting there. Oh my god. Hello. The Foot Lost in Space. I do have that. Hey, Papa, how you doing? Welcome on in. How we doing? If you're not following Papa, everyone, that is an easy blind follow there. He is amazing. Everywhere, he's a lovely guy. Lovely. And I hope the fam's okay, man. Hope the fam's okay. I know last time we spoke, there was happenings at home. So I hope everything's okay. Schedule is all bamboozled this morning, so actually have time to hang for a few. How's you? Doing well. I was a little tired earlier, and then we finished Crisol, the Idol, Theatre of Idols or whatever. finished that, and then yeah, we started this, and it's been pretty good. Been pretty good. But as I said, I hope everything's okay with you, man. Hope everything's all good at your end. And I don't know how to do. How do? Yep. What did you want? I need bad. Bad. Oh my god. Gimme. Bad.
Oh.
You get floor cup. Okay. You get grape. Okay, yep, there you go. Oh, you want fucking orange. Is this the Easter egg game that hatches once you finish the night shift? Oh man. That would be pretty cool. Through the day you do this. That would be really cool actually. Foot lost in space. Foot lost in space. Foot lost in space. Foot lost in space.
Oh.
All okay here, man. We're just pushing through one day at a time. Work has been picking up, which has been wonderful, but adding more chaos to our already turbulent lives. Man, it's always the way. Always the way, but yeah, hoping things... Oh, why did I do that? There's 25 cents right there. Yeah, hope everything works out, and yeah, obviously the least stress for you as well. Because no one likes stress. Oh my god, the phone. I can't leave this open. There you go. Hi there. Randomly you've been selected to... Sure. I'll take 250. That was 100% a scam, by the way. Being a parent to young ones when you both work full-time and don't have help is just a tough season. 100. I could only imagine, man. Could only imagine. Yeah, that's gotta be rough. Gotta be rough. John is an amazing streamer, active voice actor. You might recognize his voice from popular games. He's got a young family and most amazing hair. Oh boy. Does he have the most amazing hair or what? Very jealous. Very jealous. Yeah. Have you, Papa, have you been doing any voice work for newish games at all? Or any upcoming at all? You should see my chest hair. Maybe one day. Ooh. Maybe. Maybe. Gimme. Gimme. Perfect. Oh, I've got $1. What do you want? Sailor Laboratory. Do I have that? I do.
Ooh.
Take it. I don't know why you... Oh, and I'm pretty sure you asked me to keep it for you. The game's not at the moment. Just done a bunch of Netflix dubbing and starting a new series that's shooting in Montreal. Oh, that sounds amazing, man. That sounds really cool. Can you, are you allowed to say what show you've dubbed for it all? Or is that a bit of an NDA hush-hush at the moment? Dining equals filming. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yep. You have a husky. Well, who's this? Why does my boyfriend have your number on a piece of paper? Is this Melissa? I told you. Nope, sorry, wrong number. Who knows? Who knows? Of a bunch, man, I couldn't list them. It's frequent. Okay, gotcha. XXX. Fireworks. Celebrating me. But that's exciting, Papa. Yeah. I'm happy that everything's kind of... It's super busy for you, but obviously it's got to be hard as well with the fan, so... But as I said, if anyone's not following Papa, definitely shoot him a super blind follow. He's amazing, and does all sorts of games, specifically horror games. Oh, reserved. And if you've played the bonus shift of the night shift at all, you might recognize J-Dub action. In that one, this is an adult. Yes, horror. Speaking of which, got a shower, head to the studio, but couldn't pass up an. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for. Night shift is my greatest work today. Thank you, Papa. Thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you just popping in and saying hey. But yeah, everyone say ciao to Papa. What are you after? Hope you have a good day as well, by the way. Bad dreams on Mel Road. You. You want this guy. You. Thank you for lurking, Papa. Okay, what do we got? 42. You 50 bucks. You're a jerk. No, get out of here. You know what? Get. So I do have to say, a lot of the films that I've got are now currently out in the wild, right? Oh. Like this was full bit of sci-fi and all of that. I haven't seen. I don't know where they all are. Rented? Perhaps? I do want to sell you. And then I am going to shelf. You know what? Let's get a new movie as well. Let's do a new movie one. Yeah, new releases. That's rude. And then let's put new releases right there. And it can be in the corner. Can I? Oh, I can. Let's do it. Okay, blockbuster style, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, nice. I think it was that one? Yeah, that one. Adult. We go blue. Perfect. Can I move you? Oh, yep. Beautiful. All right. So that's new only for a couple more days, right? It's for seven days. So that one is new until then. Media shower. Cool. And then I got a new movie, drama, chocolate bar. Okay, I'm aware of that. Yes. Yes. Is there anything here? 10 random movies, 5 random movies, mixed. Let's go you, mixed. Beautiful. I got horror, beggar, bloodbath. What, sci-fi? Horror? Drama? Horror? Horror, drama, sci-fi, drama. Beautiful. And I believe that is it. We will close the doors for today. That reminds me, I should be doing some 3D modeling. Exciting, Scotsman. Can you say what you're going to be 3D modeling at all? I'm very curious. Concessions sold. Is that the slushies? Why would that not be classed as a snack? Interesting. Oh, perfect. I can do the snack shelf. BEA beautiful. Is that... Okay. Snack. Shelf. Where are decorations? Equip. There we go. Snack shelf. Bar. Nothing complex, but definitely a tub of hummus. I know exactly where you're going with that. Perfect. I need to buy snacks. That's what I need to do. Is that from here? Black market. New? No. Where do I get the snacks from? Or do I have the snacks? Oh, I should put you in there, actually. Yep. Where does one get the snacks from? Is it the video store? So, like, do you guys rent movies or something? Yes. Easy. Easiest phone call of my life. Okay, so this is just for movies, right? Market. Yes. Just for movies. Data. Alright. Why is that one colorful? Oh, limited edition. Very cool. Oh, so these are the ones that I have. Yeah, neat, okay. What do I... Well decorated and fully equipped store attracts more customers. Right, okay. Where do I get snacks from? Bitches. Is there something over here? Toilet. Okay. Always be kind Ryan. Yeah, okay, so I don't quite understand where snacks are then. Right? Because I thought they would be on the pooter. Unless... Use. Gotcha. Okay. I gotcha. Never mind. We're all good. Okay. We good. We got it. Okay. And then we got these guys. Oh my god, there's so many. Why did I get so many of them? Surely I can do something about this, right? Was that an adult movie that was late? Interesting. Okay. Sauna sessions with my flower, soaking my uncle, stiff mailbox. Cool. Stiff mailboxes that seems to be the big seller here for the adult films. I think that is the third time it's been rented now. Yuck. Okay. We got more. Yep. Make sure to wash those ones off. Yeah. Yeah. Also, welcome in, Ozzy. How we doing? Yep. Down you go. Perfect. Gimme. I'm not sure if I'm going to have room for these horror films because I decided to buy 15 of them. Yep. Okay. I can just shoot that one down there and not worry about it. Oh, there's a green one there. Whoopsie. Whoops the daisy. You. Perfect. Hands are full. Movies. Movies.
Wow.
Movies.
Hi.
You're good, you're good. No? Okay. Movies. Beautiful. Oh, dying. My insides. Ouchie. Oh. Oh, there's so many. Fuck, why did I invite so many people in? What do you want? Senegal is too big.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be so happy with that, man. I wouldn't be so publicly happy. You gotta meet me. You gotta meet me over here anyway. You disgust me. Interesting. Interesting choice. Oh, the phone. Ugh. Bad dreams of. Did you want to come on the camera? Interesting. Yep. Are you okay? But it's self-care, babe. Self-care. Ooh, you got a little crunchy bar. Yum, 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 yum. 3. Thank you. Get out of here with your cowboy hat. Yeehaw. He's like, take my money. Take it. Oh, that's you. I don't know why you reserved it. There's like 20 copies on the shelf. 450. Get on. Get. $5. I'm shaming them all. Every one of them that's coming in. 250. Amazing. Yep. What was that one? Sauna sessions with my flower. That was a great choice, bud. Off you go. Retirement with my egg.
Oh.
Another bar.
Hi.
You goose. My father is the mayor of this town. Oh, excuse me. That means... I mean, this mayor can definitely have more than one child, but someone's already used that excuse. Get out of here. Disgusting behavior. I'm a well-established XXX movie store, and you're coming in here with that attitude? Disgusting. The mayor will definitely hear about it. Yep. Oh, $9 it is. Skedaddle. Fire egg balls. Candy. Enjoy. Enjoy your fire egg balls. God, so many. So many. Yep. $2. Oh, you want a blueberry? Easy peasy. It's gonna be nice and blueberry for you. You okay? Give me a sec. Chip's being a bumhole. What do you want? Adult and old. Can't help you at the moment. Get out of here. $1.10. Shit, there's so many people, there's so many movies. $9.50. $88. Close. I'm an old adult. Maybe she wanted me. Maybe, but you weren't on my shelf. I need you on my shelf if we're gonna sell you or rent you out. Shit. Had your chance and you blew it. Didn't I turn you down from a adult film? Or was that someone else that looked like you? Interesting. Easy. Oh my god, there's 0 films on my...
Hey.
What? Science fiction. Sure. Surely there's got to be a science fiction here. Oh no. Yep. 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 Shit. There is no science fiction here, is there? Sci-fi. Perfect. There you go. Don't look at... No. Oh, it's fine. Okay, cool. Yep. Okay, yep. Get some blue in ya. Cool. Neat. Yep. We're good. I did drop the movie in the bathtub. I thought VHS tapes were waterproof. I guess not. Charge fee. You better be careful. Else that's going to be a huge fee for you next time. Dopey. Art Tobacco driving west. This one.
Oh.
$3 it is. Neat.
Hey.
What do you want? Oh yeah, I've got that. There you go. Take it. Easy. Oh man, these shelves are empty. I need someone else here. You look very chuffed with yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I need to hire someone, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. 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 Okay. 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 Do I... No, I should do it tomorrow, right? Good night, Marty. Have a good night. You too, Ozzy. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for dropping by and just chilling. Appreciate it. No. Have a great sleep. And we'll see you next time. New movie really. Oh, that's right. A new movie did release today. And that means new. This one. And I'm just going to buy 10 of them. That might already be too many, but you. Applicants. Oh, level 6? No, I'm struggling already. No, I need more. Okay. All right. Okay, yep, come. Excuse me, I will not tolerate you renting adult movies to my husband. Do you understand? I'm sorry, it won't happen again. 100% it's going to happen again. I'm going to fucking enjoy it. Oh, is that a limited edition? Yeah, there it is. Oh, I got 3 of them. Nice. I just realized that I've got a shelf for new releases that I haven't been using for new releases. Oh, I'm a fucking failure as a VHS store owner. Oh, what is this? Absolute terrible. See, you and you, I could do that, and then that will... That will open up some more spots on the horror shelf, methinks. I bought so many of these. It's so... I shouldn't have done it. It's stupid. Because what happens when it's not new anymore and no one fucking gets them? Oh, I'm an idiot. Absolute idiot. Okay. That's why movie stores only ever have like 4 of them or something. Or maybe 6 or something. Adult. You. What day is it today? Is it a T day? No, it's broken. Get. I don't keep broken videos. Green. It's a Sunday, so I gotta wait 2 more days before I can potentially get new adult films as well. Okay. So here, because I just don't have enough money for it, let's get... That seems like a pretty good deal. Random films. Hands are full. It's fine. Yep. And then, you, green, and then you. Cool. Okay. So what's this one called? Galactic Rebellion 4. The Ultimate Space Saga. Skyrunner Entertainment. Watch it on VHS today. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. We've done all the films. We've done all the things here. Let's click that and let's grab some of these pamphlets. You. Son of a bitch. You? You? You guys are already on your...
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, you already want something? What do you want? Bad dreams on... Okay. I'm doing pretty good today. Oh, never mind. Someone dinging. Someone dinging. $2. Easy. That's an easy two. I keep on hitting. So I got a low profile boom arm, and I keep on hitting it. And I'm not sure if it was a good choice to get a low profile one. Oh no. No hitting. I'm trying not to, Sass. I'm trying not to. Oh.
Hey.
Do you have a new release? Yep. Take that one. Take that one. Sass, what are you doing up so late? Oh, you were tired. You doing some editing, or are you just kind of relaxing? 425. I've been here the whole time. You're my editing buddy. That sad is free. Sad. Zuna. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were editing or you were just kind of just doing your own thing. I did see that you were earlier on checking out the virtual cottage game. Bit of off-stream action. I did see that. Did you? Is that good? Are you enjoying it? Your little cozy, cutesy game. Ooh, I got you.
Ooh.
Money. I'm fine. Dibs, dibs, dibs.
Bye.
Naughty. I returned the movie only a few minutes late. Let's not make a fuss about this. Just cancel the fee. If I cancel the fee for you, I've got to cancel it for everyone. I don't care. Rules are rules are rules. Horror and old. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Gimme. $2. $1 do. Zuna. How dare? How dare you? Danger Dan. Hello, how you doing? First time chatter, right? I haven't seen you around these parts before. Rainbow. You want rain? Oh, very cool. How long has it been? I'm currently on this day. This day here. 8, Sunday. Dan, why no sleep? How's book? Dan, were you reading? What book are you reading? Not that I'd know. I don't read. Ever. I don't actually know how to read. 150. Got a whole bunch of stuff over there. 16. Oh, Project Hail Mary. Oh. Are you going to... Have you seen the movie? Or are you going to see the movie after you read the book? No.
Oh.
You get charged. You get charged. That's him, officer. The late feist. No, book first. Interesting. How far do you think you're into the book? Halfway? Are you done? Zuna's a speed reader. She'll start a book and then finish it 3 minutes later. Reserved. Broken. Okay. Okay. Yep. Oh no. I might have pooped myself a little here. Interesting choice. Adult and good. Can't help you. Sorry. Chapter 7, but I endeavor to finish this long weekend. How many chapters, may I ask? May I ask how many chapters? Ask chapters how many? Book very good. I've heard good things about the book. The movie was great. Coupler. Thank you, Dan. Astute as ever. But Dan, if you could please tell me in numbers how many chapters there are, I would very much appreciate that per chance.
Hey.
Orange. Also, yes, I'm in the game at the same time with Rain Noises Cottage 1. I like it. Aw, cute. I was telling Zuna that it looked like something that she might enjoy. She likes those cutesy games. And then she never replied to me, so I'm taking that as a she hates me. So different to book, weird nerds will be weird. Fuck them. Oh, I got the Cottage one too. Zuna, okay, that one. Okay. What? Are you okay, Dan? Do we need to do a welfare check on you? Are you okay? Play. Dan, what do you think I'm doing? I'm playing Pokepia. How are you playing Pokepia? Your Switch 2 is here. What are you talking about? You're not playing Pokepia because your Switch 2 is here. Is it not? Or am I looking at the Switch 1? They all look the same. They all look the same. Second Switch 2, duh. Of course. I mean, that's my game at the moment, bro. Everyone using the Study Buddy game. Yeah, I've seen a couple things on it. It looks kind of cute. Maybe they mean not right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I don't read. I don't understand basic English sometimes. Okay, you. Perfect. Perfect. Oh my god, that is looking empty. Fuck, do I need to order more? No, surely not. 30 chapters. Interesting. That's a lot. That's a lot of chapters. If someone that reads books, could you tell me if that's a lot of chapters? I assume it's a lot of chapters, but not for Dan. Dan read good. Dan read good. I'll bet Dan reads real good. I need ice cream, BRB, chat, behave. Sorry, we're just going to be waiting for Zuna to come out for ice cream. She's coming out for ice cream. Perfect. Sass is asking what flavor. I could barely hear that, but I believe she said strawberry with banana.
I said cookies and cream with mini M&Ms.
Of course.
Dude, a lizard.
Peel it. Peel it like a lizard. Oh. It is a lot of chapters if you don't like the book. No, not really, unless they're particular long chapters. Thank you, FP. Dan, you're not helpful at all. The devil's lawyer for me. Yes. You. Put one on your mans. Dan said you need to put one on me, apparently. I can't hear you. I've got headphones on. I'm wearing AirPods. Oh my god, he can't hear you. He's wearing AirPods. Rewind. Yes. A rewind. New. Huh? Wrongtown, did you put what on your mans? Oh, it was a... You did. Dan, are you okay? Have you got the nighttime sillies? What's happening here? Face mask. Yes. Wait, Zuna. Did you... What? How did you do it? What? Where's your phone? Don't give me this magical bullshit. Where's your phone? Oh, it's there. Okay. I thought you left... For some reason, I thought you left it in the bedroom. I've been zooming all day. I'm in a good mood today. Don't ruin it. Dan. Are you telling me I haven't ruined your good mood at all? Given everything that's happened so far with you being here. Post-orbit zoomies. No, you couldn't. Oh, Daniel, stop it. Stop it, Daniel. You're going to make me blush. You're going to make me ink. Is that the saying? Is that what the little octopus thing says in Finding Nemo? Nemo. Oh my god, why did I say Nebo? Fake fan over here. Gimme. Yeah, yep. I think maybe the Artemis launch put me in a good mood somehow. Oh yeah, I didn't watch that. I am aware it went off today, but I didn't do that. You know what? Hate it, but yep. But yeah, was it cool? Everyone seems to have a fancy little NASA icon, a little badge thing. Every time someone says "make me ink," I think of that one Invader Sim episode. Yes, that episode. Yes, I am aware of that episode. Who is this? Why does my boyfriend have your number on a piece of... This person needs to stop calling. That's the second time you've asked if it's Melissa. It is not Melissa. Marty, you are by far my favorite game dev person on Twitch. Oh, thanks, FP. I appreciate that. In saying that, I've only put out one game. I also... Oh, right. Yep. Opus. That makes sense. Not now. Not now, Kitten Daddy is inking.
Wow.
Sorry, I don't own a VHS player. You're so good. You're such a cool guy. They put a squid's mind into a cop's brain. He finds it confusing. Oh. Don't forget the pony game. Okay, yes. No, you are right. So technically, yes, I have... Yeah, okay. I have worked on 3, 4... Okay, there are... I've worked on a few games. One of them being a My Little Pony game. Yes. Yes, okay. Quit horsing around, Marty. Sorry, Danny. Sorry, I'm getting... My name was on the reservation list for the Banjo Living on Mars. Is it available? Yes.
Oh.
There you go, Mr. Money. Tee-hee. Tee-hee indeed. One. Beautiful. There you go. Take it. Fuck, it's bustling today. I know what you are. Look at this movie's adult. Oh my god, hiccups. Money. Money. Yep.
Oh.
Wow, I'm so forgetful these days. I guess I got the due date mixed up. Well, I bet you did, bucko. Give me your money. Okay, I'm actually leaving now. Everyone, have a great night, everyone. You're all wonderful, and I appreciate you all so much. Danny, we appreciate you. Mods, can we get a shout out for Danny? Mod, can we get... I can't hear you. I'm assuming you've said yes. But now have a good night, Danny. Everyone, no need to come out of lurk. No, Zuna. What do you mean done? No need to come out of lurk, but for anyone, if you're comfortable enough to say it, night, Dan. Everyone say it with me. Oh, you shouted. God damn it. Obs. Sorry. Obs. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Holy shit. Oh my god. Obs. You didn't want to correct that sooner? You're happy just keeping it with obs. Hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. Interesting. Oh, look at you. You're renting a lot. Oh my god. $3. Get out of here. $4 it is. Sci-fi. Chippies. Oh, I need to actually... I keep on forgetting to... I need to remember to update the... Oh, not update. Refill the snacks. Okay. Let's get some people. You.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. You. What do you want? Bad Dreams on Mel Road. I have a few copies. There's only a couple copies left, bud. Good luck. Reserved. Okay, yep, cool. I'll get to you in a second, bud. Sorry. As you can see, it's only me. That adult film's going to be gone within 2 seconds because you're all horny. Retirement with my surgeon. Gotcha. There you go, bud. How'd you get? Ooh, exclusive. Very exclusive.
Hi.
You want grape? Grape! There you go. Have a few squirts of grape. Get that in you. Give me your money. $5.75. Neat. Alright. $1. Okay. $4 it is. Yep. 38? Why are you like this? Just give me a round number. Why do you all look at me when you're leaving? Ugh, Be Kind Rewind. How about Be Kind, don't charge the fee? How about Be Kind, pay the damn fee? Jerk. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, you're just getting the one. Easy. 16? Oh, my God. Locking eyes to establish dominance. 100% that's what they're doing. 100%. Just making sure that they do that so next time they come in, they don't have to pay the fee. Because they're gonna be bringing it back late. Little do they know, everyone gets charged. You know? And there goes that Told you, 2 seconds. They're all horn dogs. You're all horn dogs. Hello. You want an adult movie? Horror bad. Let's have a look. What do we got here? Bad. The dead prisoner is alive. That just sounds bad. Okay. Alright, that's doing that. So a while ago, when someone else was streaming this, someone in chat pointed out the NPCs have weird nipples. Do they? Do they? Are you just doing this so I look at nips? Oh, that's too close to that. I can't tell. I can't tell that the nips are weird. The whips are weird? Did I say nips are weird or nip weird? I'm just not going to say that. Almost finished a little more. Wrong town. 10 cents. Weird nipples and boob jiggle physics. I have noticed there's a little bit of jiggle. I have noticed. Yeah, I guess when you buy assets from with boobs, folks often want to jiggle. Yeah. There'll be certain people out there that just get this game just for the jiggle. Surely. You did say it right the first time. Perfect. I wasn't sure. I think Zoon is playing with Chipperoony. Okay, cool. Let's do these ones. Yeah, cool. Fuck, Community's good. I need to watch that again, actually. Man, these are looking empty. Tomorrow... Closing the door. What happened? Oh, man. You know, a little fluffy tail. He's so... Look at these little beans. Oh, he's pushing away. Action. Hell yeah. Okay. He's not happy. What a goose. Huh? Where's the string? Yes, I have no idea. Maybe bedroom? Or maybe... I don't know. Oh, it might actually be in his box. This box here? No. I don't know. He's probably taking it somewhere then. I have no idea. Sorry. New release. Oh my god. Annoying. Is there... This guy isn't here yet. No, okay. He... Meet me out back at 9 PM. Okay. Okay, 9 PM. Oh, that's so far away. I think this is the last day for these to be new as well. And after that day, I'm just going to have 15 copies of the one, the one film. Oh, no. I'm not sure if it matters if I've got 15 copies, right? I mean, people get it. But I'm not sure if they only get it because it's a new film. I don't actually know the rating of it. If it's good or not. Nope. Oh my god. Rewind your porn tapes, guys. Come on. Be thoughtful. You finish your porn, be thoughtful. Disgusting. God. Oh, I rented a movie and found $30 in the case. I don't know whose money it is, but I want no part of it. For all I know, it could belong to some drug lord. Please take it. Alright. Easy. Easiest $30 I've ever made. Actually, no. I did answer that call earlier that gave me $250 randomly. There was in no way, shape, or form a scam. Chippies. Stocks. Let's go, you. Oh. $30 is $30. $30 is $30 is $30, you know? Buy egg balls. Do I have crunchy somewhere? Yes. Galaxy bar. There you are. Nice. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we got the Meteor Storm today, which is sci-fi movie, right? I should potentially buy more sci-fi? Oh, I don't have any action, actually. Oh. Oh, no, I'm buying movies. Stop. Hey, Walter, where are you? You're running late again. Walter, hello? Wrong number. I should buy another shelf. Okay. Let's do you. Yep. We're gonna make you look pretty. Look real nice. Yeah. And then it will be action. So it's some sci-fi and then blue for action. Nice. So we're slowly getting it. Open. Let me grab some of you and then come in. Come in. Shit. If I just chuck pamphlets, do people still come? At least the box of books is... You know you're doing the wrong thing. What are you doing? Don't bite me. Hello, we got little Chip back. He's being a little poopy. Okay, hang on. Hello. Ow. Also, hello, Miss Crisp. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yo. Oh. Hmm? You okay? Yo. Yeah, someone's dinging outside. Look at your little fangs. Oh, you're so happy. You're not really. I don't know what you want. Yes. He knows he's a beauty as well, but don't you? You're gonna have hair in your mouth. Ow. That's not. Okay, there we go. Look at those little beans. Look at the beans. You're just hitting the microphone. Hmm? What's happening here? What's happening? Why you like this? There's beans everywhere. Ow. Ow. There we go. You can't handle cat teeth? Yeah, he's fine. He generally um he does bite pretty hard when he feels like it, but most of the time it's all playful. Nature. You're a goose. An absolute goose sometimes, Chip. And I gotta put my feet up. I'm gonna go cross-legged because otherwise he just nibbles. He does like walk bys and he walks behind my leg and just kind of like bites it. I don't know why I just looked at the fucking glass like there was something wrong with it. 100% there's not. Oh, you're going away. Come back here. Come look at my videos. Yeah. Never seen a glass like a foreign object. Scene check. Scene check. Oh my god, I'm playing the game and I'm in the wrong scene. Oh my god, thank you, FP and mod. Appreciate it. No game for us anymore. We want to be on a game. No, we're there, I swear. The glass of water threw me off. I was too busy focusing on the glass. Bad dreams on Mel Road. I wonder where it could be, bud. You fucking dope. It's cool. I don't have a name. You got the sword symbol. What else? I don't know what do you want from me? I knew I returned my last rental late, but the movie was so good. I just couldn't stop watching it. You understand, right? Understand that you need to pay up. Get out of here. Need to hydrate a little more then, there, man. Okay, Panda. All right. All right, we're good. Surely. Okay. So I just need to get to level 6. And then I can hire someone. There's no guarantee that that person's going to be good. Oh, an action film. Is that the first? Oh, no. I haven't really been paying attention. You want blueberry? Blueberry. Get some squirts in you. And then take... The movie was working fine when I dropped it off. I won't pay for a broken fee. Yes, you will. I will pay, but I'm never coming back. Well, you're going to have to because you're renting videos. You absolute douche. Okay, cool. Thank you. $3. Okay, yep. What do you want? What do you want? You're looking for a new release.
Ooh.
That might be a new release for you. I don't know. Ah. Don't ding me. You see, I'm right here. I'm doing stuff. I'm working hard. I don't know where that's going to go. Oh, there's 2 of them, actually. Adult film. All right. $1. Gammon. Oh, that was a limited edition. Nice. $2.50. Out you get. Ba ba ba. $4.60. We got a green boy. You go there. What do you mean? Do you have any old movie? Getting so excited for nothing. I'm gonna try to sleep. No. FP, thanks for sticking around and you know, I appreciate it. Everyone say no to FP. If you're still around and you're comfortable coming out of lure, go for it. But yeah, get out of here, FP. Have a great sleep. We'll catch you around. Oh, there's more movies. Oh, where am I putting all these fucking dramas? Nowhere, I'll tell you. Yeah, ringing the bell. I'm here. No. 3. What do you want? Old. Surely you couldn't just look for old somewhere here? There we go. 1 more hour until I can buy more adult films. How exciting. How exciting. I say that every payday. Don't we all? Okay. Oh, soon. Oh, I'll make this grip. Get them squirts. There you go. Enjoy that one. 125. Thank you. All right, let's go. Thanks. In bed with the ghost? My fairy family? Interesting. Okay, and then we got horror. Drama. Okay, I should probably look at the films that I'm getting before I actually get them. I've got no room to put these dramas. Neat. Oh, no dollars. Get out of here. Go on. Get. $2 dues. And then, yep. Got so much. Okay. I just realized I've got a lot of that pink guitar film that you just rented. So does he stay out here even after? Okay. So it's not timed, so I could basically just wait till the end of the day and then get more. Interesting. Where am I? I'm 5. Okay. Interesting. Cool. What was that on the floor? Alright. I'm out. What was this one? Pamphlet. Okay, we got some more here. Neat. Oh my god, they're all the... Oh, it's... I think that other movie is no longer new, right? Yeah, so that's going to be a poop. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. I'm going to have a lot of those in circulation, and I don't know what to do with them, because they can't all go on that shelf. Here they are. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Oh, wait, was it... Okay. Oh. It just slipped out of my hands. Yep. 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 Alright. Sauna sessions with my flower. Perfect. Soaking my uncle. Then we've got stiff mailbox. I wonder if I can actually see on the computer how many times that's been rented compared to the rest. Let's have a quick look. Data. Adult. Stiff mailbox. Times rented 6. Oh, sauna sessions with my flower has been rented 7 times. Interesting. So sauna sessions is number 1. Yeah. Well, everyone's really enjoying... Officer, let my cauldron go. Okay, so it's tied between stiff mailbox and officer, let my cauldron go. But the winner at the moment is sauna sessions. Mormon porno, huh? That's pretty niche. Yeah. It's the niche porn store. Yep, okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have... I got too much drama. No, 4 dramas. Maybe I'll just put them at the bottom here for the moment. There wasn't any ones here to buy, was there? 520? You best believe it. You best believe it. Okay. Chuck these on the shelf. Shelf, shelf, shelf. Shelf, shelf, shelf. 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 Wait, what am I doing? I could just put it on this shelf, because that's mixed now. Green, green. Red. Red. I still got so much more. Hello, I was at your store and the employee at the checkout gave me too much change. That's not right. That didn't happen. Don't lie. I think some bills were stuck together. I'm an honest person and would like to return $90. Well, fun fact, I never gave that much out to one person. And even if there were bills stuck together, it would never equal $90. So... this sounds like a scam. Okay, cool. I do believe I might need some more shelving for drama and horror. But I'm not too fussed about sorting that out. Meow.
Oh. Wow.
Okay. And you're coming in. Chuck some pamphlets everywhere. Really be a nuisance to the environment. What do you want? Of course, there's... I don't know where that could be.
Oh.
Idiot. Thank you. Come again. $16 it is. Thank you. Oh, is that an adult film? Yeah, right. And I'll take the action as well. Chuck the action on. Adult. Buying an adult film at 10 a.m.? Interesting. Huh? You're a little curious one. Oh, we got Bad Boy back. $1. Get out of here. Enjoy your film.
Hey.
Be kind, rewind. How about be kind, don't charge a fee? Okay, yeah, no, charge a fee. That's a punter who knows how to plan their day off. Honestly. Galactic Rebellion. Of course, where could that be, huh? I have no idea where that might be, you fucking numpty. Okay, cool. Gimme. $8.50. Fuck, you got a lot, actually. Thank you. $5 it is. Yoink, yoink, yoink. $5 it is. Thank you. $2.50. No, don't ding. These are piling up. I need to get these out on the shelf. Fuck. Okay. How will people rent them if they're not on the shelf? These guys have never worked in a store before. Oh my god, you got 4. Busy evening there, buddy. Buddy? Oh my god. Why do I have so many of these? So stupid. What do you want? Yep, of course. Yep, there you go. Yep. Enjoy. Yep. 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 Perfect. Easy. Look at you go. Oh. 2 late fees. My last return was late. I had a family emergency. We lost our goldfish and movies were the last thing on our mind. I won't argue with you all day. Here's your money. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're clearly made of it. New release, sure. Hello, I'm looking for my dog. I'm calling from the phone book to... Nope. You wanted a new release, right? You wanted a new release? You wanted a new release? I can't help you there. If you literally came earlier, I would be able to have given you a new release. But this is your own fault, honestly. Literally your own fault. You should... If you know you wanted something new and it's in demand, you should have been here earlier. Oh, it's you again. You wanted adult films one time. You want Rainbow? Rainbow D's? 75 cents. None of those are new. What? Oh, is it possible to reserve? Sure. Okay. Is that 2 adult films? No, 1. $3.50. Yep. $1. The Yacht, a Beacon of Hope. There you go. $1.60. $0. Perfect. Onwards, and outwards. $3. See, no one's everyone's kind of stopped returning films at the moment. And I'm not running low on films, but I definitely don't have any more new releases right now. I'm not sure if I should get more. I think maybe if I go how much on a shelf? 5, 10, 15. I think when I get new releases I should go 15. Because I get into this position. I just don't know what to do when I've got too many films. Blueberry. Blueberry. Cool. Thank you. 75. Oh, you coming in? Perfect. Well, I was literally just about to close shop. Where the fuck did you guys come from? I was just about to close shop. I mean, maybe it's my fault for not closing the door on time. Oh my god. Needy. Aren't we? Aren't we? A little bit needy there. Thank you. $2. Drama and old. Okay. We have drama and old. There you go. And it's a good one. Enjoy. Come on, chuck it up. 12.50. Perfect. I can close for the day. Made a lot of money. Oh, look at that. Can make stuff. Make stuff, hire stuff. Easy. Easy, easy. All right, let's use the staff book to hire and manage your employees. New applicants with different gameplay traits appear every day. I should hire you. And we'll go check out. Yeah. Hey, oh wow, she's start. Okay. I need to punch in first. I'm not working for free. Smart. I do want to have some things on the shelf. Thank you very much. Need to actually look. When's the next? Today's the new Rain Woman. Okay, we said 15. I feel like that's too many. 10? 15. Bye. Yeah. We'll do that. Sure. I didn't grab the right one. There we go. Reserved. Yep, okay. I need to put you up. Rain Woman. Watch today on VHS. A Journey of True Fellowship. Yep. Alright, cool. And that's the last one. We'll chuck them down here. And then... I should open this, actually, while I'm doing this. Open the store. Yep. Yep. Oh. Okay. Yep. Why it says the same film? Okay. We go green, 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 new. You, blue, blue, red, red, blue. Does it tell me how many there are? They just keep on coming. They just keep on coming. Never ending. What? Green. Oh, adult. I got red, 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 red. Green. What? Okay, I've actually got a spot up there. Even when they're fast at something, they're fucking slow. Oh, really? Broken. That's not cool. I don't like the sounds of that. Okay. Well, open. You.
Ooh. Oh.
You. Okay, you're going. Do I need to... No, you guys are... Okay, no, I don't. Okay, everyone's coming in now. You're not, though. VHS. VHS. I like movies. I really, really like movies. I think I might have a problem. Okay. Sauna sessions, I have it. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoying getting blitzed. Of course, they reserve the fucking adult one. Oh. No, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. That was an accident. Green. Okay. Is there... Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Did you... Okay. I should... I've got a bit of money. I should look at... Is there anything here? Jack-o'-lanterns, neon signs. Yeah. I'll go to TV. A little bit stupid, but I'll get it. I'll get it. Yeah, neat. Neat. Good adult film. Literally the last one. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoy, bud. Enjoy. I wonder if there's at any point you unlock adult films through here. Because I need actions, actually. Action. Action. What do you want? Action. The only two things an action movie needs, could you recommend? Cars and explosions. That doesn't matter. You get one about planes. I don't know why that surprised you. Check the things in the office. It should tell you, like a calendar notice board. Yeah, it doesn't actually tell me, though, what movie genre. It just says new movie genre. So I assume maybe... Oh, wait. I can't see what that says. Starting movie genres. Horror, drama, adult. Oh, I didn't get adult. I mean, it's probably because you get it through the dealer, right? And that's probably why it's here. Because technically you do get it from the start. Good drama. You're right. I can't. You couldn't have done this yourself. There you go. Dopey. Alright. Gimme. Oh, reserve. Tentacles too big. I know what you are. I know what you are. Reserve. Oh. We're getting a few more people reserving videos now, I've noticed. Hands are full. Family chicken drama. There you go. Enjoy. Ugh. Might have to wrap up shortly. I'm getting a little bit eepy. It probably hasn't helped that I haven't had dinner. So that probably hasn't helped. So maybe after this day, we'll wrap up. Why do they... Sass, what? What do you mean, what the fuck? Sass, what do you mean? You've gone... No, don't pull... No, you've streamed for like 10-ish hours and you're like, I haven't had any food today. I've had food today. I just haven't had dinner. Okay? Don't give me this what the fuck, Marty. Don't be like that. Hush now, only dreams. How's your new project going, by the way? Well, they sidelined you to work. Yeah, I haven't really worked on them. I've been pretty slack in terms of that. I've tried to, but yeah, pretty much work's just been taking all my energy. And I've kind of just enjoyed... No, my adult film is broken. I've just enjoyed kind of playing games and the odd stream here and there. But yeah, work's been pretty much draining my energy. But I do want to get a late fee. No, you... Okay. I do want to get back into it. I just gotta... I'm hoping maybe this weekend, because obviously long weekend, get to just relax and hopefully get some of my energy back as well. But I really want to kind of get it into a state. I don't want to rush it, but I also kind of want to get a demo sorted for the next fest. The next fest? But I also don't want to... Yeah, I don't want to rush it and then it be a shit demo, because obviously I'm pretty sure you only get one next fest per project. So I don't really want to... If it's shit, I don't want to put it out. When's that, October? No, it's July, I believe. June or July. Registrations for it close later this month. So yeah. Yes. So I think I can do it within the 3 months, but I also just don't want to push myself to a point where like I'm exhausted from work and I'm exhausted from doing this. I've just noticed I've got chip fur on me. This side. A lot, actually. Holy shit. Holy shit. So much chip fur. Well, if you want an early test, you know where I am. Yeah, I've 100%. There's you, Sass, Scotch. I want this one to be an improvement to the night shift in terms of quality, but also kind of gameplay, because obviously the gameplay for night shift was rather basic and a little bit tedious after some time. Completely get it. Stuff, right? Yep, cool. Okay. Start next day. What we'll do is we might pause it here, but we might yap for a little bit, actually. Not yap, because I want to kind of continue talking about this. I need to wait 2 seconds before I can save again. 0 seconds. Save. Done. Cool. Cool. Boop. Here we go. I'm going to come out of the game, actually. I'm still in it. Return to menu. Okay. I'm going to come out of that bad boy. Yeah, so I have a plan. I just need to have energy for it. And one of those plans, SAS, is for this demo. It's also the thing that I reached out to you about before. So there'll be a few things if I was to. The issue is, sorry, I say 3 weeks to get it done. It's not 3 weeks. It's really 3 weeks for me to get myself into a point where I'm happy with registering it. And if I get to that point in 3 weeks time where I'm like, I'm not gonna make it, I'm not going to register it. And in saying that, I also need to work on a couple other things to make the store page for it live, because I'd like that to be a little bit live beforehand as well. But yes, yeah. So the thing that I reached out to you, Sass, about will pretty much be the demo. However, in saying that, it's going to be a bit different. So what I'm thinking, this is a little bit of kind of, I guess, not spoiler territory, but more of a what I'm thinking, where I'm going with this one, is rather than a demo per se, where a demo is part of, like, showcases part of the main game, this will, and it's kind of like a small section of it. This one is going to be more of like a prologue. So instead of making a separate Steam application, paying $100 and having the main game and a demo for that, and then the prologue, which will be free, and I kind of lose money out on it. I'm like, and I think Steam have also kind of been cracking down on that in a little bit, because I'm starting to see less and less of those. But the idea of it is the prologue will still showcase what the full game is going to be like. However, it's going to also be a bit of an introduction to the story. So I guess in movie terms, it would be almost like that little bit of a horror film, the first 5 minutes or so, where people do something and something goes completely wrong, and then it kind of like cuts, and then it goes to the main characters, and they're live it like what does it? What does it? In my head, I can think of Cabin in the Woods. And Sass, you would understand. So at the first few bits is like, something goes wrong, and then cuts, and then it goes to the school kids, right, or the high school kids. So that's the kind of plan. And yeah, disconnected from the story. It's going to be, the plan for it is, yes, disconnected, and you don't lose out on information if you don't play it. But I want it to be more of those, like, if you do play the prologue, it bolsters your knowledge of the story a little bit for you to get to a point and be like, oh right, that's that character or whatever. So that's what I'm hoping for. Yes. So that's the plan. Yeah, well, building character introduction. Yeah, so it'll ideally, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. So that's the plan. I'll like do a prologue and then the main game. And I'm still kind of questioning the whole so Sass, it'll be interesting with you here because I actually haven't run this through anyone really. I think maybe Scott's might have mentioned it to you. I forgetsy spaghetti. Uh but going down the episode or chapter route of in a way poppy playtime, except actually having an end. So instead of it being, you know, an end and actually continuing to sell stuff because of money, but actually instead of spending two 2 years or like whatever to get this experience out, spending a third of the time getting one out, put it out, get a, obviously make a little bit of money, but put that out in the world, and then the feedback would come in, and then I could apply that whilst I'm still working on the second one. And then yeah, so ideally that would be kind of the plan. Obviously that is also kind of a little bit risky because if the first episode or first chapter that's kind of like this format is shit, no one's going to do the second one. So um, that's why I kind of, with this prologue, I want it to be enough pull to be give an idea, and then I need to keep that in the first chapter kind of thing. So I've got plans, I've got an idea, I just need the energy to kind of put it together. And yeah, I worked on a little bit of the full game actually, and it's funnily enough, Dan and I think, oh fuck, Scott's maybe you, uh, Dan, Gubb, and potentially Scott's one day got a little sneak peek of the the what I had done for the main game, but no one, as far as I'm aware, has seen anything from the prologue. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be cool to see that. But yeah, early blockout. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. I haven't touched in like 2-3 weeks. But yeah, hopefully this weekend. Pretty much each kind of day. No, I didn't show everyone. No, I was in I haven't seen anything rude. Well, it's a little surprise for you, Sass. Um, but you said Scott's and Gabby rude. And Dan. Maybe Dan actually. It was because I was actually in your Discord, and I think I was sharing my screen, and then yeah, you weren't there, but there was, I think I was sharing it, and I think Scott's, you were also sharing something, or someone else was sharing something too. Uh, but yeah, I think it was one of those days where you were busy. I think Sass. Um, it wasn't planned. This wasn't a planned thing. Rolkus. Yeah. Yep. Um, but yeah, I'm excited. It's just really kind of trying to find the energy after work. So yeah, every couple of days I'm like, fuck, I'm keen on the idea and I'm keen of getting it there. But uh then I open it and my brain is just kind of like, not today. Not today. my bad. I thought you said you showed everyone it, and I was like, oh, okay. No, 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 no. I think no, it's more of a they were just there, and I was kind of like, do you guys want to see a sneak peek? But it wasn't a. I didn't, get it. I think when I Sass when I obviously because I reached out to you and Scotch and um, I think when you guys kind of get a handle of it, I think you'll probably in my head you'll with the timeline you'll probably get it in your hands before Scotch because what my plan would be obviously I would want what I talk to you happen in this first bit, right? So I'd want you to be okay with you putting your name to anything. Uh, I'd want you to kind of be happy with that rather than just tying your name to it and then finding out afterwards that it's a load of shit. I'd rather that than fucking anything. But um yeah, so you'll get your hands on it when it's kind of looking a little bit better and you'll see things. I don't want you to I don't want you to see kind of beforehand because then you kind of like, oh, it looks kind of like I don't want you to make up your mind beforehand. I know that you'd probably be like, oh, it's still a work in progress, but yeah, yep, yep. I just don't want to taint that image, right? Scotch will kill me like always. I will struggle, but I'll try my best. Sass, and I will probably also, I obviously won't as well because I think I want the best for my thing. Scotchy, go to sleep. You said kill me. Wait, did I say kill you? Oh, no. Um, kill it. No, I I think both of you will kill it. And obviously I want as I said, I want the product to be happy with can't try. Oh, Scotchy, no. No, Scotchy. Scotch will not kill me. Scotch will kill it. Yes. Yes, yes. What I uh where was I getting with this? Yes. But obviously I might just to touch on the whole like you'll struggle, but you'll try your best. I will I'll probably push you as well, Sass. So when it gets to it, and if you are happy with putting you whatever, um, if you're happy with the what it is, and you give me lines, I'll probably also be like, this isn't. Could you give me a little bit of this? Oh, it'll obviously be constructive feedback. It's not going to be like this is shit, Sass. Do better, and I'll get the line and throw it back at you. I wouldn't do that. It would, but I also and yeah, I wouldn't want you to. I would want you to be happy with it too, especially in game. So whatever would go in, I would how I would do it would be you would give me lines, I would listen to them, whatever, and go, they're good. Needs a little bit of work. However, I'll put them in and no, I need you to tell me what you need for the yeah, no, I will. No, no, no. No, no. No, no, Sass, I will tell you what I would need from you, but then also let's say you give me back something that is still needs a bit of work or tweaks or whatever. Sorry, I probably said that all wrong. But yes, let's say when you give me the word the lines, I would obviously give you constructive feedback and be like, look, I need this, I need that. But what I would do as well is I would put them in game um, before obviously placeholder just to kind of make sure it fits or that line fits whatever. And then I would probably send that to you. So you would be like, this is the situation that this character is in or a potential situation. And then you'd go from there. Um, But then at the end of the day, I'm sending a whole script in 3 accents. Got a new gig this weekend. Yes, Scotch. Yes. I would much rather prefer feedback than having to do the job 3 times. 100%. 100%. Yep. Yep. Wait, the script in whole script in 3 accents. Did they ask for you to do 3 accents, or obviously you didn't just do 3 accents off the because you wanted to. Does it require, or are they unsure of what accents they wanted for the role? So they were like, do these 3 or do more than one. Because yeah, okay, interesting. But yeah, funnily enough though, Stas, when you said the other day, nobody wants an Australian accent, it's funny because the characters that I am after at the moment, or I would be asking the 2 of you, would be Australian. So makes things a little bit easier. But yeah, I mean, there's still work, right? It's not going to be a walk in the park, but you don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to do a French accent, Sass. Hon hon hon. I was actually thinking about making that your walk on, but I was like, that's too easy. That's too easy. Australian, American, and transatlantic. Ooh, exciting, Scotch. They want to try it 3 ways to see what fits best. Fair, fair, fair. So you send that off. So you do that this weekend. You send it off. Have they given you a rough idea of when you would when you hear feedback, or is it kind of like when you send it off, they will let you know? But that's exciting, though. Very, very excited, and I can't wait for you to share what project it's for. And if you have shared it and I just haven't seen it, or I've got a memory like a sieve, I might have missed it. Oh, I just saw your image, Sass. Yes, complete story mode on highest difficulty. Holy shit! I also got that. So what was the? Did you have that, or was that a picture of mine? Mid next week. Oh, that's exciting. That's soon. I'm Scotch. I'm so happy for you. Letter lost from memory. Oh, that's right. No, I remember you. Yes, I remember you saying that. Yep, yep, yep. Actually, before I forget, I will, because I saw it and I think had work or something and I completely forgot. I am going to wish list that bad boy so I don't forget. Add to wish list. Cool. Um, if you're lurking and you're interested, by the way, oh damn it, Sass, I was just about to post it. That's exciting. I could see why transatlantic for sure. Definitely gives up those vibes. But yeah, exciting that there's potential for Australian. Very exciting. Very exciting. That's mine. So did we both do the same on the game on the highest? We did. We did on the highest difficulty. So I must have just got you must have either been extremely lucky or I was extremely unlucky and got reamed by just random slaps by Dolores. But yeah, it's not horror, but obs have to play it 100%. It looks super interesting too, and I'm glad, Scotch, that you're getting approached by, or if not approached, you're reaching out to kind of like variety rather than horror. I know you're not like a pure horror streamer, but obviously so far the games you have voiced in have been horror, right? Skin Stapler, the other one that he did. Oh, why can't I remember that one? God, memory's like a sieve. But yes, Michael's games, right? All horror. So I'm kind of glad that yeah, that's happened. I'm so happy for you. I'm reaching out for animated series too, not just games. Ooh, I wonder if Scotchy, I think you might have been here, but Papa J Dub maybe might be easy, not easy, an idea to reach out to him as well if you haven't already. He might have some contacts or whatever to help if you're going to be doing animated series or wanting to do animated series. Yeah, because he mentioned before that he's doing some English dubs on some Netflix shows, a bunch of them. So he might know people, which would be fucking sick. So that could be cool. Could be cool. But yeah, I'm super excited, man. Super excited for you. Yeah, and this letter lost looks puzzly. Oh, some scary. I'm just watching the trailer. It looks pretty exciting. Demo out now. I'll have to try the demo out actually as well. And that's releasing soon actually, May. Very cool. All right. Well, that's on the old wish list. Fuck, what was I doing? What was I doing? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so hopefully this weekend I'll be able to muster up the energy to do some work. But yeah, I'll have to start putting stuff together if I want to do this June or July stuff. So I might have to reach out to you, Sass, sooner than I thought. That means I also have to be more prepared than I thought, or that I am right now, at least. So- oh man, and then also, oh man, I'm not actually sure if that might. Yeah, I don't know. So we also, a couple of you know, we're moving just around the corner, right? Super close, bigger place. However, that is also around that time period, and we would be moving out of here at the end of June. So it's gonna be a period of just busy, 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 busy. Especially if I do this thing with Next Fest. So yeah, but yeah, I'll keep you posted, Sass, and then when the store page is live, obviously I'll share it around, and I've got to start marketing for it. Oh, marketing sucks. Yeah, moving as well. Yeah, yeah, we really wanted to uh kind of get a place and just not be able to move for a while. But no, we were kind of wanting that to be here, but we didn't have Chip when we moved in, and we were kind of like, yeah, okay. And then we got Chip, which suddenly made this place feel a bit smaller. Uh, but then the rent hasn't changed since we've moved in. It's still kind of expensive, but it's on the good kind of expensive in a way, but it hasn't changed. So we haven't bothered looking. And then this new place opened got built, and we were being snoops, and we were like, oh, let's just kind of book an inspection to this new place. And they had it's like brand new, just built tower, and they had a couple rooms that you could kind of inspect or view. So we signed up for that, checked it out, and then we kind of left, and we were like, fuck, we we should do it. And the rent is a little like pretty much $200 more than what we're on now. So it's very expensive. Hey Dollar, good morning, or It is morning, actually. Yeah. Wow. Hello. How you doing? Welcome in. So that's why he's still up. Yes, that's why I still up. It's nearly done. Then I need sleep. Yes, good. Good. Yeah, because I was going to say we got movies, but we don't have movies. Our movies is Saturday. I keep on thinking today's Friday. But yeah, so anyway, so it's a couple $100 more for rent, and it's expensive. However, the place comes with, we we checked it out again on Wednesday, and it is Friday now. Oh my god, it is Friday now. Oh, well, you got movies tomorrow, Sass. uh we checked it out on Wednesday, and they've just like the whole building was just still being built when we checked it the first time, and now it's kind of done. And it's nuts. We checked out our apartment, and we got measurements and stuff. Scotch, yes, get out of here. Good night. Got to stream in 11 hours, Nidal. Yes, we'll be there. Everyone, for those who are lurking and not following Scotch, you should. You should follow Scotch and then be there in 11 hours for his stream. Good night, Scotch. Get some sleepies. Promise. Promise, get some sleepies. And see you in 11 hours. We'll be there. Yeah, but this place is fucking nuts. So we got measurements, and then we checked out the common areas, and one of them, there's a room called the residence room. And the residence room is just a place for people that live there and not visitors. Like, you could probably take visitors in, but it's mainly just for the people that live there. And it's just like got couches and chairs that you can just chill. It's got a fucking bar that if you wanted just to go up and chill, like if Zuna and I wanted to just chill in this room with a bunch of randoms, there's a bar. We could chuck some stuff in the fridge. There's a ping pong table. And then there's a cinema room as well that you can book out. And I'm not sure the prices for it, but you can book out the cinema room. And apparently they're going to have a PlayStation hooked up to it, but you can also take your own, obviously, PlayStation, computer, whatever, right? As long as it's got a HDMI, which it does. And then you need one, so, which is nuts. They've also got work from home cubicles or rooms, and there's a quiet work from home cubicle or sorry, room, which has like the actual cubicles with like the the glass doors, and you can work in this little room and for meetings and stuff, and it's called the quiet one, so it's obviously like hush hush. But then there's another one that's massive, and it's got big meeting rooms if you needed teams that you can book out, and it's a bit louder. And there's a gym there, and it's 24/7 gym, so you can kind of like, as long as you're a resident there, you can kind of go there. And I asked if, what if we had a friend? Couldn't we bring along? Yeah. And they're like, yeah, just don't abuse it, obviously. But it's like got the newest, best gym hardware. It's fucking nuts. And I think I've mentioned to you, Sass, there's the access to the rooftop, and the rooftop's got a fucking dog park in it, or dog area, and it's got a heated pool, and it's got a barbecue area. So I'm sure that at some point we'll probably do like a housewarming, right? And hopefully we can line up with Scotchy being down, and we'll just have to like, get you guys, Bella, fucking a couple of our mates, and we just, yeah, it's really cool. And then our place is actually bigger as well. And I won't be in the living room. I will be in an office, so it's gonna be exciting. But yeah, that'll be in June, and we are not looking forward to packing and moving. So it's the worst part of it, but yeah. but it does mean that we have to break lease here. And then there's last time since I broke lease. So when I broke a lease previously, basically the options were, well, it wasn't even an option. Basically, I would have had to pay rent until someone else moved in. Luckily, at that time, people just kind of snagged an apartment in the same place pretty quickly. But if someone didn't, I would have had to pay rent until someone did, and it was fucked. But now there looks like there've been some laws come in, so we know that no longer happens, and it's basically uh, there's an equation, a formula, or there's another thing, and it's kind of like a flat rate, I believe, and it's kind of like you choose, or whichever one's the cheapest one, you pay when you're breaking lease. But yeah, so not looking forward to that. But sounds like it's a good choice for both of you. Yeah, it just means we're a little bit poorer each week, so we just have to be more mindful, I guess, of what we spend and stuff. But yeah, overall, I think it'll be a good change and happier, and we get a bit more sun. We'll have more room. We can actually have people over, because at the moment it's hard to get people here. So, but yeah, happier base, 100%. Yeah, we'll be happier in the day to day life. It just means that yeah, we're gonna be able to splurge as as we could at the moment, which is fine. Just have to get used to it. Not that we splurge a lot, we save quite a bit, and we don't go too crazy, but like it just means that we won't be able to get, instead of 2 new games, it might be just 1, which is such a first world problem. Like people out there have much bigger issues than that. So but no, I'm also I'm also gonna wrap up. Sass, thank you so much for chilling and editing as well. Um Proud of you, me, for finishing Crisol. It was, yeah, it was a trek, but good night, Sass. Good night. Have a great sleep and have fun with whatever you're doing tomorrow as well. Remember you said you were busy, so have fun with whatever that is. But I will also jump out. I'm getting a little eepy, a little eepy. Um, who's on? Um, oh, oh, fuck. Okay, I haven't rated ASAP Joey before, but he is playing some Poker Pio. So we might we might raid the Joeys. We might do that. We might do that tonight. Okay. I got a little button for my raid message. I don't have to fucking type it out each time. Um, if you're not subscribed, you can use the top one. But if you are subscribed and you have access to the skits emoji and emote, God, I can't even speak. Use that one. But basically, we are going to go raid the very energetic at 1 a.m. real time ASAP Joey. But no, thank you everyone for just chilling out. It's been a rather chill night tonight. We've played some Crisol and we played some VHS Store. And I have Scott's to thank for that. So thank you, Scott's, for actually. I know I thanked you, but haven't said it. So thank you for gifting that to me, Scott's. It is very fun, and it definitely gives me ideas for the one that I want to do at some stage. But it's all energy and time. So, but no, I appreciate it, and it's a blast. So thank you for that. But yeah, let's get sorted. Raid ASAP Joey. 100%. 100% good research. But no. Anyway, thank you everyone for chilling, spending some time here with me today. We're going to go say hello to Mr. Joey. So thank you, everyone. Have a lovely night, sleep, have a lovely day wherever you are in the world. But no. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.